Yo, 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 yo. Thank you for joining us. Listen, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so that you get likes, so that you get a notification rather every time I go live. And we're going to jump straight into this. And basically, the key question is the Ghanaian dream or promise a lie for Black Western men? Is the Ghanaian dream stroke promise a lie for Black men living in America, for Black men living in the UK, for Black men living somewhere in Europe? Is it a lie? Is it a lie? And that's the question that we're really going to tackle today. Now, I put my cards on the table straight away. I'm a Pan-Africanist. That's number one. That's why I'm choosing to focus in on the African continent as a place where Black men living in the West can basically find purpose, can find a lifelong marriage, a woman who actually not just wants to, who doesn't just want to get married, but a woman who actually wants to stay married. That's been the focus of the channel going right the way back. For me, it's, the African continent is the place where we can find that. That's just personal. Even though I'm a married man already, my wife, her parents come from Nigeria and Ghana. I probably was, in my opinion, honestly, one of the lucky ones that found the needle in the haystack in the UK. Because anyway, I'm not going to go there on that. But is Ghana a place where Black men living in the West can find purpose, can find a better way of life, can find a meaningful life, can find health, can find peace, can find all of those things? Is Ghana that? Is Africa that? Are the other African countries that? In my opinion, yes, but there are still issues that need to be sorted out in these countries for various reasons. Some of those reasons is simply not understanding the culture, being from somewhere else, being seen as other by people living in Ghana, by people living in Kenya, by our brothers and sisters living all over the African continent. 100%. It's the same as I am seen by Jamaicans who see me as an English boy. The truth is, even my family, even my own mum, even my grandfather, even my own brothers that live in, they all live in the States now, although I've got two brothers still living in the UK. Even they, the ones that were born in Jamaica, see me as a English boy. They don't see me as a Jamaican, they see me as an English boy, because of this accent. It doesn't matter how dark I am, because you got Indian Jamaicans, you got white Jamaicans, you got Syrian Jamaicans, you got Chinese Jamaicans who were born and brought up in Jamaica, out of many one people. Not all Jamaicans are Black. They see me as a English boy. That is the truth. And I look, I don't have an issue with that because it's about cultural practice. And I was not born in Jamaica. I was born in London. I was born in South London. So I have absolutely no issue with that. I used to, when I was a lot younger, I felt othered, I felt left out, all of that sort of stuff. I did. I felt othered, I felt left out. I wanted to be Jamaican so bad, but no, they saw me as an English boy. And I remember once I was having a conversation with the family, my mum, my brother, and all the rest of it. And I said to them, actually, I'm African. My DNA is African. Yeah, I've got Jamaican heritage, but I looked at them and I said, you lot are the Jamaicans. Pointed at my mum, pointed at my brothers. You lot born in Jamaica, you are the Jamaicans. I've got Jamaican heritage, but I'm actually an African. That is the DNA. Culturally, no, but I am an African. I'm not a European. I don't have European DNA. Those things are just factual, just pointing at the facts. It's as simple as that. All that's important in life is what is true and what is factual. That's all that is important. So that's what we're going to get into tonight. We're going to get hopefully, into what's true and what is factual, as well as some other stuff as well. So, is the African continent a place for Black men living in the West? Is it a place for Black American men, FBA men, foundational Black American men, ADOS men? Is it a place for black British men, black Brits, as our African American cousins like to call us, black Brits? Is Ghana, is the African continent, or other African countries a place where Caribbean men, South American men, because you got, the biggest, those that don't know, the biggest black population outside of the African continent is not in North America, it's actually in South America, believe it or not. So is the African continent, is Ghana, is Kenya, or is Uganda, is Zambia a place where other black people living in South America, black men living in South America? Is the African continent a place? Is Ghana a place where black men living in these places where we can basically find rest, find peace, find purpose, find a lifelong marriage, find a woman who actually wants to stay married, not just get married? Is it or is it, is the African continent and the various African countries just places where we're always going to feel like outsiders, where our children, if we have children there, are going to be seen as outsiders, a place where we're never going to fit in? Is Ghana a place where we're never going to find peace, where we're never going to find purpose, where we're never going to find a woman who actually wants to stay married? Is Ghana, are other African countries places where we can do business, places where we can have fun? Those are the basic questions, right? Those are the basic questions. So without further ado, we're going to get into this first video now. O'Shea Duke Jackson, who I admire, got a great set of YouTube channels. I personally am subscribed to pretty much all of his channels. I watch pretty much all of his videos. They're hilarious. He's a funny guy, talented guy, got a talented team around him. Like, Ken Gander, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. And obviously Celebrity Junk and all of the other YouTube channels that he's got. I watch pretty much all of those videos, right? Some of them, some of them I skip past, but, I pretty much watch all of those videos. Great YouTuber, very funny guy, very intelligent man. And he has based himself in Uganda and does a lot of work there, employs people, creates a livelihood for a lot of people and all of that good stuff. And, O'Shea, is very good at pointing out hypocrisy, very good at looking at putting a microscope, putting a magnifying glass on areas that need to be exposed, all of that good stuff. So most of the time he gets it completely correct. Sometimes sometimes he may miss things, or may oversimplify a situation, and so on and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, he's pretty much always on the money, right? He made a video that Afro Think Tank, who basically is a friend of O'Shea Duke Jackson, admires O'Shea as well, and all of that good stuff. And he's going to say it in this video. But O'Shea Duke Jackson made a video about Ghana, basically pointing out a lot of the issues. A lot of the issues, a lot of what he said I agree with. Afro Think Tank commented on that video. So I think it's a discussion that we need to have about, not just about Ghana, but to be quite honest with you, we could use it as an avatar, but to be honest, it's a conversation that we need to, it's time that we had this conversation about all African countries, because, the bottom line is, I think it's we're living in a great time where we as Africans living outside of Africa, children of the kidnapped people, and, the other Africans that have recently come from Africa to settle and have had children, and those children are possibly looking to go back home to an African country. It's about time we began to have the real conversation as to what that call it a resettlement, call it a return, right? As in the Ghanaian sponsored, not sponsored, as O'Shea, says. I think it's about time that we begun to have a conversation, a real proper conversation as to what returning to the African continent looks like without rose-tinted glasses on. Not so much looking at the pros and cons of that, but more looking at what it actually looks like and the level of support, incentives, if you like, that various African governments are giving. In this case, we're going to be looking at the Ghanaian government and trying to uncover basically, I suppose it is the pros and cons, and whether or not where, if any, is the support that coming from the Ghanaian government, for want of better words. One may argue that whether or not there should even be any support. But we're going to get into all of that. The reason why I'm discussing this is because, for me, Ghana is a place for Black men. It's as simple as that. Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, South Africa, Botswana, all of Zimbabwe, all of these African countries are places where Black men, whether you're living in North or South America, whether you're living in Europe or the UK or living in the Caribbean, as far as I'm concerned, Africa is the place to return to bring your talents, to bring your skills, to bring all of that. That is my baseline. If Jewish people can return back to Israel with open arms and all of that, then why can't we? If Chinese and the Russians and God knows who else sees Africa as a great place, Chinese see Africa as a great place to go and make money and do business and effectively settle, then why can't we? That is my baseline. I just watched a video earlier on where I think it was 300 non-Africans, 300 Europeans and whoever just got Ghanaian citizenship a few months ago or a few weeks ago. So if all of these non-Africans see Africa as a place to do business, a place to travel, a place to get married, a place to find women, a place to find lifelong wives, something they and we find hard to do in the West, let's face it, to find a lifelong wife, a woman who actually wants to not just get married to you, but stay married. If all of these people see value in where we come from, then what are we thinking? Right. So, that's my baseline. That's how I see all of this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this video. It's by Afro Think Tank. Right. And yeah, just a fair use. And I've sped it up so we can get through it. I'm not going to play all of it simply because it's a 30-minute video. So, but anyway, look, fair use.
What's going on, everybody?
Here, if you can't hear it, just let me know in the chat.
Today, I'm going to talk about O'Shea Duke Jackson and his recent video about warning African Americans about Ghana.
Now, remember, this is not a browbeating session.
First of all, disclaimer: I like O'Shea. I know a lot of people have issues with O'Shea. They think he's, okay, he's wishy-washy. I like O'Shea, right? But at the same time, just because
I want to make it clear, right? Dr. Les said this in the UK, right? He's the first person I ever heard say this, right? We can have disagreements without being disagreeable. Does that make sense? It takes adults, it takes mature men to be able to have disagreements without being disagreeable. Very, 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 very important, right? So, bear that in mind, that grown, adult, sensible men can have disagreements without becoming disagreeable, stupid, ignorant, immature, and argumentative, right? Okay, right. It's if you have to go away and practice that, do so. Okay.
Because I like O'Shea, I got to keep the same energy, right? When there's issues that I think are important, in Pan-Africanism, and I'm a Pan-African, so anytime I see something that seemingly are going against Pan-Africanism, I'm gonna have to speak about it, like it or not, right? So.
And it's his opinion as well, this whole thing about going against Pan-Africanism. But the idea, this is just to sort of set the scene, okay?
I see that O'Shea Duke Jackson is kind of warning African Americans about going to Ghana, insinuating that you can't find trusted relationships in Ghana. That the corruption culture in Ghana is too much for African Americans.
We'll play the video of O'Shea. That is not what O'Shea said. Basically, he said there's good. Well, we play the video, but I'm paraphrasing O'Shea, which is always dangerous, but I'll do it anyway. He said you've got good and bad people everywhere. So let's be really crystal clear about that. We shouldn't really be in our feelings when we critique our motherland, our motherland, right? Now we've got to. The idea is to make the place better, right? So you cannot do that if you're in your feelings. So O'Shea, I'm pretty sure we'll play it afterwards, but I'm pretty sure O'Shea said you've got good and bad people everywhere. I'm paraphrasing him, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
To tolerate or whatever, and now he has his reasons, right? And he played a video of this one African American that said he went to Ghana, and they say they look at him as money and not a brother, and all that stuff, right? And I'm seeing the guy,
and that's true. Hopefully you heard that, right? One African American, I think, who said that they saw him as a money bag and not a brother. Listen, right? If I go to Jamaica or any black country in the Caribbean, or probably more than likely even some parts of South America, although South America is slightly different. But if I go to any part of the Caribbean and they see me, they're going to see me not as a fellow black person. They're going to say, that guy's just got off the cruise ship. He's just got off a cruise ship, or he's just got off an aeroplane, right? That means he's got money. This is not personal. It's not about color. No, it's about they've got money in their pockets because clearly they're foreigner and they're coming here for holiday. Look, that ain't nothing. That's not nothing. Don't focus on it.
Now, as soon as I seen the dude, I instantly knew that this guy was naive. The black guy was naive. He thought that he was going to go to Ghana and that everybody was going to embrace him like a blood brother. Like if, like you were birthed out of the same mom and this and that. And he felt like he was being looked at as somebody with money, right?
And the truth is, anyone who has rose-tinted glasses on regarding the African continent is going to be disappointed. Straight up, you're going to be disappointed. It's as simple as that. If you're looking at any part of Africa or the Caribbean, if you're looking at Jamaica or Barbados or Cuba, or any part of the Caribbean, the DR, any part of the Caribbean with rose-tinted glasses, even it might be Salvador Bahia, the home of capoeira, right? If you're looking at any part of any country or island or part of the world where black, or Brixton, down there in South London, if you're looking at any place where black people come from, right, with rose-tinted glasses, effectively you're setting yourself up for disappointment. This is not to say that we don't love our brothers and sisters in those places, but rose-tinted glasses don't show you the real picture.
And as an African American who does business in Nigeria, I'm an African American who goes to Nigeria and does business, and I can kind of understand what it is he was trying to say, but I think that black guy was just naive in his idea.
And sometimes, if we understand what someone's trying to say, then a man that I used to know said something very important. He said, sometimes you have to look at the spirit without getting spiritual, right? Sometimes you have to look at the spirit behind what someone's trying to say, and not so much pick at the words, because we can find fault. Everyone can find fault if we pick at each other's words. We pick at their syntax, we pick at their grammar, we pick at the specific words they use. We could find fault all day long, right? But what are they trying to say? Do you understand what they are trying to say? That's, sometimes that's more important to get meaning.
Yeah, he had romanticized the brotherliness of going to Africa. He let the I guess the year or two, he let the emotions of it all get to him when he got there, and he realized when they looked at him, they said, "Oh, you look like you got money." He felt some kind of way. Now a lot of people feel that way. A lot of African Americans go to Africa, and they're looked at like money, right? But what I disagree with O'Shea is I don't like how O'Shea is pointing at. I mean, I think he says the same thing in Ghana. They do the same thing in Ghana. He has expressed that way. Where he is Uganda, he has expressed the same sentiment there, right? I think what's being missed is that for the last since the age of media, African people have been watching African Americans this entire time. African people have been paying attention to, admiring African Americans this entire time. African Americans.
We all have. Not just people not just cousins and brothers and sisters on the African continent. If you've grown and brought up in the Caribbean, if you're a Black Brit, right, then one of the biggest influences on the whole Black world has been African ADOS, FBA American culture regarding the birth of the creation of hip hop that our FBA brothers and sisters created. The creation of R&B music, which basically was, completely and utterly influenced the creation of reggae music. And I know because I've got the records here, right? Early reggae records in the house, right? And again, if you look at, if you just generally look at, obviously it's mixed with mental music in Jamaica, right? Which is mental music, for those that don't know, is traditional Jamaican music, Harry Belafonte, right? and stuff like that. Carry me Aki, go out instead, market, and all that kind of thing, right? So all of that together basically created reggae music, right? But the bottom line is, he's right. The African American culture carried through white American media channels, through film and all the rest of it, completely and utterly influenced the Black world worldwide.
Have been packaged to be a certain type of person. So when we go places, people look at us like we got it like that. When I go to Nigeria, everybody thinks I'm rich. I understand that. I can comprehend that people think that I'm rich. That doesn't mean they don't see me as their brother. In Nigeria,
that's right.
As soon as I get off the plane in the airport, I'm told that we brothers.
Yep.
All Africans are brothers. All right. But it doesn't mean that I'm not a brother that got money. They
That's
think
right.
I got money.
Your brother,
I understand.
they see
right?
you as a money
because the TV says I got money. I'm dressed up in clothes that look like I got money.
That's right.
When I go to Nigeria, I'm the dreadlock C-lister Chris Brown. You understand?
Yeah.
All right. That's how they look at me. I'm Chris Brown. All right. And I can obviously walk around.
Chris Brown.
like that if I so choose to. Now, this brother in Ghana, right? This brother in Ghana, whatever situation he ran into, maybe he ran into a group of people that, there is a culture of begging, right? Right? Is a begging. I understand where that actually comes. I understand where that comes from. It's kind of from the feudal system. I understand it, right? I totally understand. You need a whole video for that. That's a whole separate video. But the thing is, Ghanaians, how do you say it? Am I saying that right? I always mess it up. Ghanaians, the people of Ghana, right, are inviting African Americans to the continent, and they do see us as their brother. They do see us as their, sisters, as their sisters.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, they see us as opportunity.
Of course.
They see us as opportunity.
Because we've got money.
Because when we come there, they're putting us on a pedestal.
We've got holiday money.
They're putting us at a high pedestal. They're happy to see us, but also we represent opportunity. We're coming with that American passport.
That's right.
Finally, Black people from America is coming. So we're not the white, fat, bald guy coming, all right, who they got to tolerate to get the money from, who they target to scam. We are the African American ones. Oh, we are them. They can be proud of that. And they think that because we look like them, they can ask us, because with their culture, they'll ask, they'll beg,
and that's okay. I mean, the bottom line is we have to understand that. We just have to understand that we have money. It's as simple as that. We've got holiday money. We're not necessarily rich in London, because to live in London costs an arm and a leg. Literally. To live in London, costs an arm and a leg. You could be just doing a cleaning job in London, but that is, you probably saved up all year for your holiday, right? And for 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to enjoy yourself in Accra. You're going to enjoy yourself. You're literally going to go and enjoy yourself in Nairobi. All of that, but you've been saving up all year for that. You've got holiday money, right? So you've got people, as soon as you get off the airplane, you've got people that basically want to take your holiday money. It's as simple as that. It's that simple. It is not complicated. But then when you go anywhere, you've got people that want to take your holiday money, right? And I know the other side of it is, what if you're looking to settle in the country? We'll come to that. You know, we will come to that.
They'll act a certain way. And some people who are not used to having that type of attention, they will think, well, damn, you're just trying to use me. Well, I think that O'Shea Dukes Jackson's and this guy's frustrations is misplaced. Because the same thing can be said about any place on the planet. Any place on the planet. About scamming.
That's the truth.
Do you know China are bigger scammers than Africans? Indians are bigger scammers than Africans. Europeans are bigger scammers than Africans. Shit.
All of that might be true. The reason why I think not just O'Shea Duke Jackson, but a lot of other black people from what white people like to call the diaspora have an issue with being treated as other on the African continent, is because of our relationship. Is because we're black. Is because we're of African heritage, African DNA, right? So it may hit harder. I think that's part of the issue, but that is still emotionalism, right? The idea really, right, is that we got to step right back and be able to a small degree take ourselves out of the situation and look to see how they see us, and what the reality is of us coming there with a bag full of more money than what they've got, And I think this brother's right. I think Afro Think Tank is correct. Even though they see us as brothers and sisters, we are of a different culture. Basically, we're of a different culture. It's not that we're not African, right? Obviously, we are. But we're of a different culture, and generally speaking, even if we've got no money in the country where we're coming from, we've got holiday money. We've got 2 weeks worth. For 2 weeks, we're rich, and then we're going back home to pay off our overdraft, our credit card that we bought the holiday on, right? But that's not their concern. Right, for 2 weeks, we've got money. And that's the truth. That's just how it is. That's the reality. And that's okay. That is okay.
They steal it and don't even give you nothing. Right? So there's scammers everywhere. I'm from DC. If I go to Texas, right? If I go to Texas, those are and I go to the black neighborhoods and areas in Texas, and they know I'm from DC, right? They're gonna look at me, they know I'm their brother, but I'm still from DC. I'm not from Texas.
Listen, right? Where I grew up on a council estate. Americans call it a project, right? And everybody was on the make. Everyone was on the make, man. And honestly, some of the guys that I grew up with that were, I consider them to be my absolute brothers. One guy in particular, right? He was just a little con man. This is what he was. He would, even though he liked you and you liked him, you couldn't trust him with anything. You couldn't, right? He was what you call a lovable rogue. I'm not going to say his name because he's passed away. But he was a lovable rogue, man. I mean, he was great friends with one of my older brothers. They had a big family, great guy, great family. But you couldn't trust him with anything. You couldn't trust him with anything, man. But he was one of us. It's as simple as that. So, I just wanted to say. So we all grow up with scammers, with pickpockets, with chiselers, with robbers, with guys. I did anyway. Guys that used to nick cars, guys that used to rob houses, all kinds of stuff, right? But they're still your friends. There's still people that but it's just how it is. So you got scammers everywhere. So I wouldn't even watch that.
I'm a Washingtonian. It's clear. It's not gonna hurt my feelings that I'm in Texas and them guys calling me a Washingtonian. It's not gonna hurt my feelings that the black people in Texas, who I view as my brothers and sisters, look at me as someone who is still an outsider, even though I'm their brother. It doesn't hurt my feelings that I go to Nigeria and I'm still an African American. It's not going to hurt my feelings that I'm in Nigeria and I'm hearing the word Oyibo, because I know what Oyibo means. Once I asked the question after my initial,
outsider. It means white person, but it specifically, it's a bit wider than that. It means outsider, someone who's not from around here. It's as simple as that.
Of course, at first I'm like, don't call. What does that mean?
And I think this maybe because this guy was light skinned as well.
But when you have a conversation and you realize that what they're saying is something different from what you're saying, they're saying foreigner. You are a foreigner. No matter what you say, you are a foreigner. When I go to Nigeria, guess what I am? A foreigner. Do I got a green passport? No. But it doesn't mean I'm not their brother. And this doesn't mean they're not going to see me as an opportunity, because guess what I am? I am an opportunity. Every African American that's serious about going to Africa is an opportunity for an African. Because if you're not an opportunity, what are you?
A liability.
If you're not an opportunity, if you're a black guy going to Nigeria or Ghana and you're not an opportunity for a continent of African, what are you?
Liability.
Because Africa doesn't need people that just want to suck up resources.
That's right.
Africa doesn't need people who just want to, get a passport just for fun.
That's right.
Who just want to go there and just take pictures and leave and pretend like they're Pan-African pro-black and they with the group.
That's right.
If you're not an opportunity for Africans, what are you doing there? Because clearly you're looking for an opportunity.
You see, part of being a Pan-Africanist is literally understanding that your part of your mission, part of your job is to actually build the African continent. You might not even see the complete benefit of it in your lifetime, actually, right? That benefit may be for your kids, maybe for your grandkids. And a lot of that is going to be work on your part. It's as simple as that. That's part of what being a Pan-Africanist is. It's literally about doing that, having that sort of mindset. That's part of what it is. And understanding, doing your best to educate yourself about the challenges that exist on the African continent. And there's loads of them. So he said some of them. That is part of it as well. It's not, being a Pan-Africanist is not for everybody. It's just not. It is not, When
you went to Africa, when you get on the plane and you go to Africa, what are you going for? What do you see them as? Are they your brothers? Are you your brother's keeper? And the thing is, O'Shea seems to have an issue with West Africa. It seems like he has an issue. I don't know personally if he has one, but the people in my comments.
And so because this brother, I think he's, that's where I disagree with this brother, He's saying it seems like O'Shea's got an issue with West Africa. In other words, he doesn't know if he's got an issue with West Africa. You got to be really careful going on your feelings, what things seem like. Come on. I think you got to be really mindful of going on what things seem like to be, feel to be, Personally, I wouldn't rock and roll on that at all. Not one little bit.
My subscribers, various other subscribers, other YouTube seem to suggest that O'Shea Dudes Jackson has some sort of issue with West Africa, right? And he prefers East African, and that's his prerogative. I don't know. I'm not saying that, but this is what's in the ether, right?
And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But people are entitled to prefer one thing to another thing. I don't have no issue with that, if that's true. I personally don't have an issue with it.
And I have defended O'Shea Dudes Jackson before, but this time I have to kind of stand there and be like, look, I think you're being a tad bit biased. You're being a tad bit biased, and I think the warning that you're giving African Americans is not warranted. That's not very Pan-African-like, all right? Because any place you go, there's always going to be people that try to scam you. It doesn't matter what country you're in. It doesn't matter what state you go to. It doesn't matter. If you are the new one on the block, guess what? Somebody's going to test you. That's just human nature. That's human nature. That's not something that is just inherently West African. That, West Africans are going to scam African Americans. We are West African. West Africa is home for African Americans. East Africa is not really home for West Africans. It's home.
I disagree with that. Home is wherever you feel comfortable as an individual. That is home. Wherever you're appreciated, wherever you are made to feel welcome, that is home for you. That's just the way I see it. So I disagree with the Afro think tank on that. If he's just simply saying this is where your DNA comes from, I understand that, and that's important, but that's not the most important thing. If you're talking about home, you got to feel comfortable in your home. That's the most important thing.
But it ain't home. It's your grandmama's house, it's your cousin's house, it's your uncle's house and them. But your house, your mama, your daddy house, that's West Africa. And all West Africans should be encouraged to go to West Africa. If you're an African American, you are mainly West African. So nobody should be discouraging any West Africans from going home. When you go home, you're going to deal with the good, bad, and ugly. There's no perfect utopia in West Africa. And understanding the geopolitics, understanding the side effects of neocolonialism.
We'll come to the geopolitics at the very end. We're going to be looking at Toure. We're going to be looking at Ibrahim Toure, and we're going to be discussing some of the geopolitics, because the truth is, it is geopolitics that frames, in my opinion, this whole conversation. It's geopolitics that underpins a lot of the issues under this debate, if you like. It's geopolitics, or rather, the outgoing president of Ghana, who basically was what was a stool pigeon for the Americans. That's what he was. I can't remember. What's his name? Nana. Can't remember what his full name is, so I'm not going to butcher the man's name. But when you get these, when you get the likes of Ruto in Kenya, when you get the likes of the current Nigerian president, when you get the likes of the outgoing Ghanaian president, and the fact that they are stool pigeons, lapdogs, go step and fetch it for the West. France, America, the UK, when you get, African leaders like that, and then you look at the state of their countries and how the people are living, the corruption in local and central government, of course you're going to have that if you've got leaders like those three. Your country's going to be a complete shambles. Your country's going to be a mess. There's no way Ghana, the Ghanaian government and its systems, there's no way Nigeria and any area of Nigerian government, there's no way that Kenya or any area of Kenyan government and process and all the rest of it, it's no way any of that is going to run correctly if the governments, if the leaders of those of an African country, of those African countries are basically Western lapdogs, Impossible for those countries to run correctly. Impossible for those countries to basically work on behalf of their people. That is the reason why Ibrahim Toure got such an uproarious, got such a welcome during the, at the new government's inauguration. Seriously, go and watch it. In fact, we'll play a bit of it here, right? It's crazy, the welcome that Ibrahim Toure got. But, all of these things are connected, and African geopolitics and the damage that America, that the CIA, that Western countries have done to the Francophone countries and the ex-British colonies and the nonsense that America continues to do and wants to do, and Trump said he's going to do, all of, going back years, all of that underpins the mess in Africa. Yeah, seriously.
Colonialism, you got to have all that. You got to understand that when you go into these places, so you know why people act the way they act. So you know why people may kind of be like this. Why they look at you this way, huh? Why they look at you this way? So if you're going to Africa and you look like you got money, guess what? They're gonna think you got money. That doesn't mean you're not their brother. Just because you're a foreigner doesn't mean you're not their brother. Doesn't mean they're not gonna accept you. They will accept you. You're there. But guess what you are? A foreigner. Just like I'm a foreigner in America to somebody from Texas. I'm not from Texas. I'm not a Texan. When I go to Florida, I ain't from Florida. If I go down there with them Zoe boys, they're gonna remind me that I ain't down there. I'm not one. I'm not a Zoe. But guess what? I'm still a brother. When I go to Trinidad, they know I'm an African American once I start talking, right? They know I'm not Trinidadian, but guess what? I'm embraced as a Trinidadian. That's how it works with black people. That's how it works with us West Africans. We're gonna say, we know where you're from, bro. But you. That's how we roll. That's always how it's been.
That's
right?
how everybody
so there
is.
should be no.
That's how everybody is. That's how white people are. That's how Indian people are. When a Welshman opens his mouth at work, right, with a Welsh accent, all of the white Englishmen laugh. But they know they're all still friends. When a South African white man is working in the same office as a Kiwi, as a New Zealander, right, then they're all going to have their banter amongst. I've seen it. And it's good-natured banter on a Saturday or Sunday, whenever the rugby match is on. They're all going to go and watch rugby together. right? But they know they're all still family. They're just having their whatever banter they have, and it's okay.
Nobody who say they pro-black and pan-African that makes any videos discouraging West African Americans from going to Ghana. Just because Umar Johnson over there, all of a sudden now we want to talk about Ghana, right? Now people want to talk about Ghana because Umar Johnson's over there. Now I have criticisms for Umar Johnson, but I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I'm not a hater. So that means I'm not going to take every opportunity to hate on Umar Johnson, because me and Umar Johnson agree on 99.99% of everything. There's just certain things I don't quite agree with. I want to know when the school going to get built. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he bit off more than he could chew. I think he had.
And sometimes, right, what black men fail to do, I would say more. Actually, it's not about age. What some black men fail to do is to focus on what they agree on rather than what they disagree on. But anyway.
Intentions on doing it. I think he bit off more than he can chew, and he's not a good business person. But that man went over there and he became a citizen of Ghana. That man went over there, right? And he has walked a walk that he's been talking. He is now an African citizen. There are thousands of African Americans who are going to Ghana because they've been invited, and they're becoming citizens. They are no longer foreigners; they are citizens.
I've got issues with Umar Johnson, right? And it falls into a couple of areas. For me, I am not interested in black men standing up and just talking on a podium. I'm not interested in charismatic black men standing up and just talking on a podium. I have no interest in that, whether it's in church, and I'm a Christian. I have no interest in that in church. I'm not interested in that on any Pan-African podium, and I'm a Pan-Africanist as well. I'm not interested in black men just being able to talk loud and talk. What I'm more interested in is watching the results of black men building what they say they are going to build. Do it. That is what I'm interested in. So if Umar Johnson, if and when he finishes his school, right, if and when he marries one of his baby mamas, right, then I'll be more inclined to actually listen to the rest of what he's got to say. But, I'm not interested in someone just doing a lot of talk. To be honest, even if someone goes and gets citizenship from Ghana or some other country, right, I'm not even interested in that. What I want to know is, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to build? What are you going to build? Are you just going to talk for the next 20 years? I'm not interested in your talk. I want to see what you do, what you build, what you do. He does a lot of speaking engagements and he gets paid for that. But what I want to know is, what have you physically built? That's all I care about. I don't give a monkey stuff about anything else, if I'm really honest. Build.
You want to be a citizen, go get the passport and become a citizen. The same way Africans come to guess what? When an African flies to America and comes to a black community, guess what? What do? We remind that African that they're from Africa, don't we? But we embrace them and accept them. It's the same thing. We don't look at them as money. We look at them in other ways, right? That we were taught and trained by the white man. Unfortunately,
the truth is, when Africans come from most parts of the African continent to the UK, and this brother's right, Afro Think Tank is right. In the UK, we see most of our African brothers and sisters as being leeches on the UK system. Now, I know that Nigerians are some of the most educated, smartest Africans, people, forget that, most smartest people on planet Earth. That's just a fact. That is a fact. That's just a straight up fact. In this respect, I agree with Afro Think Tank. We need to basically ignore what Europeans say about Africans and Africa, and we need to basically develop our own view of the African continent and Africans. Understand also with the understanding that actually we are Africans as well. Basically a European, right? When they see us, they see an African. They don't see a Jamaican. They don't see an African American. They don't see an FBA. They don't see an African descendant of slave. No, they see an African. When they see a Bayesian, that to them, all of us are the same. When they see a black guy from Brazil or from Cuba, no, they see an African. And vice versa. You know, when you see a white person, you don't see a German. No, you just see a European. And I'm not saying that's bad or good. I'm just saying it's the way it is. Does that make sense? So how do we see ourselves? You know, anyway.
Sometimes, right? But we, as black people in America, if there's somebody from Jamaica, what do? We remind them that they're Jamaican when they're in our community, but they still our brother. That's how black people operate, especially West Africa.
Everybody operates.
We have this. We do the same thing no matter where we are. So making a big deal, that guy making a big deal because he butthurt because he went there, and I don't know what he was expecting. I don't know what he thought that he was gonna get off the plane and he was gonna roll out a red carpet and they were supposed to dance for him and then they was gonna make him a chief. And
I'm gonna be honest, right? When I first went to Ghana, right, it felt like home straight as me and the wife got off the plane. It felt like home straight away. But me being me, right, growing up where I grew up, I was immediately on my guard. It's just who I am. I just can't help it, right? You know if you grow up on the council estate, or you Americans call it the projects, if you grow up in a certain place and space, what you do, right? You basically look for anyone who's going to come towards you with a weapon, or just trying to make money out of you, or doing anything that's in any way negative towards you. You're looking at I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's just how we grew up. Right? You know, you're looking for everything around every corner, anything that's going to come towards you, right? So that's basically, I was born like that, right? So I do that everywhere, and wherever I am, that's just how I do it. Now I do it with a smile on my face, but I'm literally scanning everybody and everything. Right. And when people come up to us, whether it could be to sell something, could be a street seller, could be anything, right? I'm continually assessing that person. I'm just assessing the situation, you know, and that's just a product of growing up in the environment I grew up in, you know. But anyway,
he didn't have to do nothing. All he had to do was get off the plane. He thought that just him getting off the plane was going to validate him. Well, you may be a West African, you may be in your motherland, but what are you there for, and what value do you bring to the country? Because we didn't hear, he didn't really say what it is that happened that caused him to feel that way. He just started to complain. Somebody hurt his.
And some people might say, why do I need to bring value? You don't need to bring anything. You don't. You don't have to bring anything, you know, but don't expect people to automatically value you. It's as simple as that. You know, people on the African continent, in Ghana and elsewhere, they got a lot on their plate as well. They got their lives. They got their lives to do. You know, so don't expect people to automatically bestow value on you. And as this brother said, roll out the red carpet. It's not going to happen. It ain't going to happen.
Goddamn feelings. Because they call him a foreigner. But you are a foreigner. Are you a citizen of Ghana? Then that makes you a foreigner. That's facts. All right? Facts.
Even if you get citizenship, you're still a foreigner. Just don't worry about it.
Your feelings. So, you know, I see everybody's responding to the O'Shea thing. And the thing is, I believe that when O'Shea Jackson talks about West Africa, he undermines Pan-Africanism. You can't say you're a Pan-African, right?
I disagree with that. Again, maybe you might not like the way his tone of voice, but we'll play the video in a minute. You might not like his tone of voice, but again, what was O'Shea trying to say? He's trying to basically make a point, you know. But we'll play it in a moment. We'll do another minute or so of this. I'm not going to do the whole video because it's 30 minutes long. O'Shea was basically making a point, right? I don't think he was undermining. You can't undermine Pan-Africanism. One man cannot undermine Pan-Africanism at all. At all. You know.
And then anytime a Pan-African action is happening, right, in West Africa, you undermine it. You can't undermine Pan-Africanism. We have too many people trying to undermine us as it is. So what we need to do, all propaganda coming out of a Pan-African mouth has to be positive towards Africa, period.
I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. In my opinion, what you've got to do is speak the truth. You got to speak the truth. You have to speak the truth. You have to speak the truth. What you can do is how you might say is how you say it. You know, you might couch your make sure that it's a positive criticism. Does that make sense? In other words, you know, specifically hone in on issues, but also possibly give solutions. You know, if someone's always critical with zero solutions, then that's a problem. Even anybody is gonna have a problem with that. You know, you might level that at O'Shea. In other words, you know, problem, no solutions, goodbye. Right. You know, you might say that, you know, O'Shea is more critical than a person who offers solutions, right? You know that is possibly a discussion one might have, but I do not believe that everything that comes out of your mouth should be positive. No, because that's not correct. That's not life. That doesn't help. That doesn't even help. What we need is truth telling. So we need men with solutions to problems on the African continent. But in order to get to solutions, you've got to know what the problem is. You got to articulate all of the issues, right? So that you can create solutions. But where I possibly, you know, I think the sentiment of what this brother's saying, Afro Think Tank, is when someone gives only issues without any solution. I'm not saying O'Shea's doing that, but what I'm getting here is that you know, if you only hear issues with zero solutions, then that just it's just completely pointless. If someone only gives criticism with zero solutions, then what use is that to anybody? It's of no use, right? You've got to, if you're going to outline 10 problems, then okay, we know what the problems are. Any solutions? Is there any thinking around any solutions? And if the answer is no, then you're talking to the wrong person, you know? But anyway, I mean, that's my view anyway. Yeah, I mean, you know, I want people with solutions to problems around me. That's what I want. You know, think about the problems, but you know, if you're going to give a problem a day's worth of thought, give another day to the solution to that problem. You know, you know, or at least think about how it might be overcome, and bring both.
We don't highlight and embrace one or two guys who thought that they was gonna come to Ghana and they was gonna get treated like Black Panther. Okay, you have to be realistic. Any place you go that you're not from, you're a foreigner. That's just what it is. That's normal. And I don't know how many countries this other guy has ever flown to, but you will never be embraced anywhere.
Yo, IAS Production, good to have you aboard, sir. Good to have you aboard.
Like you will be embraced in Africa. Never. And out of all Africans, placed in Africa, as an African American, Africa diaspora, you will never be embraced any place in Africa more than West Africa, Nigeria, Ghana. That's where we're from. Never tell people not to go where we're from. That's home.
I've got to say, right, I've only been to Ghana 3 times, right? Twice before lockdown, once after lockdown. And all 3 times, me and the wife were really positively received. You know, we stayed in a little fishing village first time called Busia. Busia, 4 miles from Elmina, 1 mile from Takoradi. And we were well received by the people in the village. It's brilliant. Loved it. Loved the people there. There were issues in the village. I mean, I'm going to be honest, the sewer system didn't work. It stunk. I'm not going to lie to you. Just straight up, it stunk. Right? That was the biggest issue. And there was rubbish on the beach. There was rubbish on the beach. The rubbish was being washed up. But you know what? Did I feel at home? The answer is yes. Was it good for my mental health? Yes. You know, it was. And so That's my assessment. You got to weigh things up. You got to weigh things up. You can live in a pristine, beautiful place at the moment. We're talking about now, and don't get me wrong. You know, I would like to see Ghana in Accra, along the beaches and all the rest of it. I'd like to see it clean, pristine, clean. I'd like to see the government come up with a plan to clean the place, to clean up the rubbish weekly or daily. That is what I want to see. And hopefully under this government, we're going to see it. But did I feel at home in Busia? Yes. Did I feel at peace there? Absolutely. We loved it. Straight up. Loved it. Is it perfect? Far from it.
Home. Ghana, Nigeria, that's home. Home. That's home. Those are our people. Those are the people we got actual blood relationships right now. Everybody in North America, every black person has a blood relative in Nigeria and Ghana right now, guaranteed. If they all did their DNA, you would see you got 4, 5, 6 cousins over there right now. That's where you're from.
Those of you that watch my channel know
because
that,
white man stole you.
Those of you that watch my channel know that I did my DNA test. You know that 50% of I did it with AfricanAncestry.com. I've got no shares in the company. I'm not getting paid to say this. I've got 50% of my DNA is Yoruba. I know I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Do forgive me. And the other 50%, more or less, is Burkina Faso, actually. You know, that's what the DNA test said. I did it also with 23andMe, and that came up slightly differently, but only slightly. So yeah, the Burkina Faso, I thought, you know, it'd be Nigeria and Ghana, but Burkina Faso, and with African ancestry, it pinpoints the actual pretty much village where you come, not village, but the actual area where you come from. So Burkina Faso, a place called, is it Bisa? I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I've got it on a document around here somewhere. But yeah, that's where you know, that's where the DNA comes from. So, and I'm going to be really honest. I'm proud, right, of both sides of my DNA, but really proud that my 50% of my DNA comes from Burkina Faso. You know, I'm proud. I don't mind saying it. Proud.
You are a foreigner. What is wrong with that? I've been a foreigner my whole life. I've flown all over the world. I've been a foreigner all my life. That doesn't hurt.
If you're an African, I'm going to say it like this: if you're foundational Black American, right, you're foreigner in America. At least you're made to they treat you. You know, the people that run that country treat you like one, and they treat your kids like one. Living in the UK, we're foreigners. Foreign, you know. Use it, carry us away, captivity. How can I sing a song in a strange land? Before you're a foreigner, you know, you might be a millionaire in America or in the UK or in the Caribbean, a millionaire with a nice house and a great career. You're a foreigner.
My feelings. That doesn't mean I'm not accepted. That doesn't mean I'm not embraced. And I've been to countries where people look at me as money. When I was in the Philippines, I used to walk down the street. I swear, I'm not even exaggerating. When I was in the Philippines, I had more than 50 people follow me down the street, walking to the ATM.
I think you get the point. What I'm going to do now, right? I'm going to bring up O'Shea's video, fair use. And I really just played that, and I played it, you know, I played more of it than what I wanted to, just to get a real sense of what that brother was actually saying. Okay, so I am going to play O'Shea Duke Jackson's video, fair use, and all that good stuff. Now, remember, the first video was in response to the video I'm about to play. All right, and again, bear in mind that Afro Think Tank, you know, likes O'Shea, you know, but remember. Just because you disagree, that doesn't mean you have to be disagreeable. That, you know, that's the key here, right? And that's why I'm doing this. It's to have a conversation that needs to be had, in my opinion. And basically, it's what are expectations as black men when we go back to Ghana, when we go back to Nairobi, when we not go back, but when we go, yeah, I suppose it's go back to the motherland. If we're looking to settle in these places, if we're looking to settle in South Africa, we're using Ghana, but really the conversation is for every African country where black men are looking to escape the West and look for a better life purpose, meaning marriage, wife, woman, kids, lifelong wife, woman, kids, and all the rest of it back home on the African continent. So this is a conversation that we need to have or if we're going to take off the rose-tinted glasses, spectacles, and literally live in the real world with our eyes wide open about basically about what's waiting for us. Yeah.
2024 was a year of learning and self-evaluation with me and the whole idea of Pan-Africanism. And my views have changed greatly since the beginning of last year. I'm still in the Pan-African community, but I'm going to address this as a pragmatic individual.
And I want to say this, right? The best form of Pan-Africanist is a pragmatist. Not just a pragmatist, but someone who lives in the real world, right? I am not for having rose-tinted glasses. I am not for looking at Africa like some people have done, that it's this great land and we were all pharaohs and kings and queens, even though, the channel is Kings and Queens. No. None of, in my opinion, none of that helps Africa at all. And it doesn't help us as individuals. You've got to be real and honest. That's my personal opinion. As you got to look at the cold, hard facts in order to be of help to the African continent and the people there. Yeah. Otherwise, you ain't going to want to stay anyway.
Without selling you dreams or promises that other channels may do. And that brings me to today's topic, Ghana. Spiritual World, which is like an Instagram blog, put up this post the other day. Basically, Ghana is still calling out to the African diaspora to return back to Ghana. And a huge part of the African diaspora that can do so and has the resources, or that has the most ability to have the resources, is the African American community, also known as #FBA, also known as #ADOS, #Freemen. You get it, right? Our community that has the resources, possibly in the business connections, to come back to Africa and do something great, and also bring skills to the continent to make the continent more competitive. We can get through. Not a bad idea, especially since Ghana is conferring more passports to African Americans in the diaspora than any other country. But to be honest, I got about 6 things wrong with this. And I want to talk about.
Okay, and even though he's talking about purely African Americans, I'm basically extending this conversation, obviously, to non-African Americans. I'm extending it to the Caribbeans. I'm extending it to Black Brits. I'm extending this to Black people living in South America. Okay,
about it right now. Number 1. How will you be perceived? A brother made a very good video about moving back to Africa. He didn't say what country.
So to be clear, this is the video I'm sure that Afro Think Tank was referring to.
But I'm assuming that this will be your experience moving to the motherland, even Ghana.
If you're trying to move to Africa, don't make this mistake. I naively believe that the local Africans will look.
So did you hear that? He naively believed, right? So that's key. Naivety, rose-tinted glasses, all of that sort of stuff. Listen, if you see Africa through rose-tinted glasses, take them off your head and stamp on them. And this brother looks young anyway. I mean, he looks like he's about maybe 30 or maybe in his late 20s, maybe.
Look at me as one of their brothers, but that was far from the case. So the average African, I was nothing more than a money bag.
And that is what you are. That's what I am. If I go to the Caribbean, go to Jamaica, I'm a money with my own family. Most of the Nigerians, not most, about half of the Nigerians and Ghanaians, Africans that I meet, their families in Africa see them as money bags. It's as simple as that. In my family, half my family don't even want to, when they go to Jamaica, they don't even want their relatives in Jamaica to know that they've come to visit Jamaica. It's the truth. It's just how it is. It is how it is. But as the standard of living in our countries rise, and it is rising all over the black world. The standard of living is rising. There's development. It may or may not be in our lifetime, but as it rises, things will change in
So
terms
this
of
is
how
not me
you're
saying that
perceived.
Africans are bad, but rather this is me informing you so you don't make the same mistake that I did in treating someone who sees you as an outsider.
All right. This is the least, I think, of your worries, which is how will you be perceived? You're most likely going to look at coming back to Ghana. In my case, you're Ghana, like, whoa, I'm back on the motherland. I'm here with the brother and sisters in a sea of black people. So we're going to be able to do a lot of great things together. No, you are going to be perceived as a foreigner, meaning that you're a black person that is basically white on the inside. And even if you do,
I disagree with that, right? Obviously, some are going to see you as a coconut, white on the inside. But personally, I give Africans more credit than that. Africans on the continent of Africa are not ignorant or stupid. Some are, right? But the majority of Africans on the continent are not ignorant, not stupid, have access to social media, have studied, been to university, all of that good stuff. They are not thick. They know, that you are basically a black person from the Americas, from the Caribbean, from Europe somewhere. Not all, I think we got to give our brothers and sisters on the continent a little bit more credit. They know you're not, Igbo. They know you're not, Hausa. They know you are not Yoruba. They know you're not from Kamasi, right? You are of a different culture. That doesn't mean that they see you as being white. They see you as having more money, and they see you as being from a different culture. They see you as having, more money than them.
get citizenship, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, you're still going to be considered that. You're not going to be looked at as one of the people. Now, this can work to your...
Because you're not one of the people. You just get used to it. You may become one of the people in years to come if you spend time there, but to learn somebody else's cultural practice takes years. Cultural practice in itself is not something you can just pick up in 4 minutes. It takes years. It takes years. I mean, my granddad came to the UK in 1960. Did he learn European, British, English cultural practice in his lifetime? No. He was a Jamaican living in the UK until the day he died. And all of his peer group. My mum came to the UK, I think, when she was about 25. Did she pick up English cultural practices? No. She was a Jamaican living in the UK, right? Although she didn't want to fly Air Jamaica before Richard Branson bought it. She was a Jamaican living in the UK who lived in the UK for 50 years before she kicked the bucket. No, longer than that, 50-something years before she died. It's our generation, my generation. I've picked up a lot more English, British cultural practice, but am I English? Am I all of that living in it? Am I? Am I, the key question, am I at home here? That's the key question. I picked up some cultural practices from the UK, or at least I can understand it. At least I can do it. At least I can mime it, mimic it, and all that sort of stuff. Am I 100% comfortable here? Is it home? Those are the questions.
Advantage. It has worked to my advantage. On one end, people want to overcharge you. On another end, people tend to trust you more. So they will do things with you or help you get more opportunities than somebody else of the local community because they can trust what you're going to say will be more legit. That's what I have experienced. And I'll talk about trust in a second. But if you are a person that's going to get very offended about not being perceived well, being an outsider in a place that you really moved your life to be accepted, is most likely not going to happen. You're going to have to earn your right to be in Ghana or in any other country. And you're going to earn it through a slow grind. Trust is not given away easily. It is earned. You have to be a person that pays on time, a person that respects other people, a person that is somebody in the community that people can depend on. Even in the diaspora community, you're also going to have to earn trust there. And that's one thing that I don't blame the Ghanaian government on this one, but it is going to be one of the most important ones. Number two.
I totally agree with all of that. All of that is the way it should be. So, yeah, I agree with pretty much all of what O'Shea just said there.
Weak institutions. Now, if you live in America or in the West, institutions are never perfect, but they are stronger. We have a really good banking and financial institution in the private sector in the United States, which is regulated by also the government. Same thing with the food industry and the same thing with property rights. Strong institutions make sure that nobody can come out and say, wait, I bought that house, but no, I don't own it. No, it's clear who owns the land. This will not be clear in Ghana as it is in the States. And in Ghana, you have weak institutions, just like we have weak institutions in almost every country, including.
What O'Shea said there is correct. The highest form of litigation, not just in Ghana, but over the, much of the African continent, the highest form of litigation in court is land litigation, right? Land issues, land disputes, who owns what? People not doing things the right way, people not, but buying the land without, going down to the Lands Commission, it's a minefield, not just in Ghana, over the whole African continent. It's a minefield in ways that you can't believe. So my advice, anyone who's looking to buy land or property anywhere in Africa, or, we're talking about Ghana in this case, in Ghana, you really need to do your due diligence and make sure you have a solicitor who operates in your country and Ghana. So if I were buying land or property in Ghana, I would find a Ghanaian solicitor, right? I mean, I've got one, right, who has an office in London and an office in Accra. Solicitor, a lawyer. I would never, ever, if I were you, I would never, ever, ever buy anything without a solicitor, a lawyer, a company that fully understands how to do it properly. That you see what O'Shea's talking about there. The problem comes when you have someone who basically, comes from outside of Ghana, doesn't understand how it operates, and basically, doesn't do it properly. Would you buy a house or a piece of land in America or in the UK or anywhere without a solicitor? Who would do that? Why? You wouldn't do that in your country. So why are you going to go to somebody else's country and think you can buy land or a building with no lawyer? You're bloody fool. Seriously, you're an idiot. You're a fool. If you're going to go and do that, you deserve to be ripped off. Seriously, because that's how fools learn. Don't give your money to them Ghanaians out in the countryside. You deserve to be ripped off if you are not going to do it properly. O'Shea identifies as FBA. Just reading your comment, IAS. Absolutely, and that's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. To be foundational Black American. In fact, I'll be really honest. I love all that foundational Black American identity. I think it's honestly, I think it's overdue. I think it's overdue. I think it's fine. I think it's absolutely. I have no problem with that. What do they call it? Delineation. Identifying as foundational Black American is, to my mind, absolutely correct. And forcing the US government to recognize you as an individual group to get what's yours, I think that's fine. I don't have any issue with that. The issue comes when you basically slag off other Black groups. That's the issue. That's the only issue. When your delineation causes you to slag off and cuss off other Black groups, that is stupid. That's what that is. You know, delineation is absolutely fine and it's correct and it should have happened years ago. You need to basically protect what's yours and force other groups to recognize what you created. Absolutely fine. I have no issue with that. The problem comes when you slag off and cuss other black groups. That's the problem. And let me tell you something, the CIA, right? Donald Trump and all of those people that want division between black people worldwide, they are the only ones that benefit from arguing black groups on planet Earth. That's the truth. That's the truth. You know, that's the truth. You know, I sat down once with a white army officer, retired one. I sat down with him and his wife. They were my next door neighbors, right? You know what he said? He said something about India and how his words were, how do you think such a small country like England were able to control Afghanistan, India, and half of Africa? How do you think we done that? And he said, divide and rule. Divide and rule. Find the biggest tribe in Afghanistan. This is what he said to me. Give them some weapons and get them to control all the other little tribes. And as soon as that tribe think that they're not going to do as you say, you stop giving, his words were, stop giving them bullets, because you make the bullets. Don't give them any more bullets. And then all the other tribes start chipping away at their feet, and then they come back to you for the bullets. And then you say, what? You do this and you do that and you do the other, and I'll give you some bullets. And he said that's how they did it. So to my mind, we have to understand, as various black people on planet Earth, we have to understand how to disagree, listen, without being disagreeable. Without being disagreeable. We have to understand how to disagree without being disagreeable. And we have to value, the rich tapestry of cultural practice that we have in Africa and outside of Africa. FBA's founded hip hop. Everything related to hip hop was founded by foundational Black Americans. That's a historical fact. That's what that is. It's a historical fact. Listen really carefully, right? Listen really carefully. If we are going to sit around, right, and think that foundational Black America, if we are going to sit around and say that foundational Black Americans didn't invent hip hop, then we have to believe something else. Listen to this. We have to believe, right, that white people built the pyramids. We have to believe that white people came from their country all the way across the sea, right? Journeyed all the way to Kemet, all the way to the Nile Valley, and they built the pyramids there. They did something in Egypt that they didn't do in their own country. We have to believe that. Right, we have to believe what we have to believe. What's that film with Charlton Heston in it called Moses? We have to believe that all of those Egyptians were all white. We have to believe that. If we're going to believe that foundational Black America, that anyone else created hip hop, I'm not saying participated in, created. If we are going to believe that other people created hip hop in America, then we have to believe all of the Hollywood films, right, that depicted all of the ancient Egyptians as white, that they came from their country, came all the way to Africa, built the pyramids and did all of that, created all the pyramids in Ethiopia. Because there's a Hollywood pyramids in Ethiopia at a place called Aksum. We have to believe that. You see, things don't come from nowhere. Things come out of cultural practice, right? We have to, if we understand the way cultural practice works, then we will understand why African Americans, foundational Black Americans created hip hop. It came out of their cultural practice. And we have to celebrate that. It's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. Everyone has culture. Life happens within cultural practice. So, guys, let the truth shine your teeth, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, I've gone completely off track. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to it.
In Uganda. Now, is weak institutions a bad thing? Well, let me just say this. If you were to get into a DUI in Uganda or in Ghana, I'm pretty sure you can kind of talk your way out of that, right? And a lot of people die in Africa during the holiday season because of these drunk drivers.
Kidding.
But in America, you automatically know, no matter who you are, if you have a DUI, you're going to pay a price for it, okay? And you're going to never want to do that again. Now, let me continue what I'm talking about with institutions. If you're moving from a country with strong institutions and you're investing into a country that has
Zongo Native, thank you for being here, bro. You're new here, but thanks for coming on board. I'm just going to read out your comment. The problem is, in America, they tell African governments never recognize them or call on them, and then Ghana called them and they still complain. It's true, I suppose. Yeah. They are just a bunch of crybabies. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Again, remember what I said. We can disagree without becoming disagreeable. We've got to find a way to air our differences without basically calling names. I think it's counterproductive. We can all call names, right? But I don't think that solves the problem. You know what? I'll be really honest, right? There is a massive prize at the end of this rainbow if we can understand how to work together. And we'll come to that at the end of this video. I'm going to play something by Ibrahim Traore, right? I'll say it again, there's a massive prize at the end of this rainbow for all African heritage people if we can understand how best to work with each other and communicate with each other. There's enough to go around. There's enough to go around, and it's all in the soil. Actually, part of it is in the soil on the African continent, but the truth is we are great people, and the rest of it is in our imaginations as African heritage people. But anyway, let's carry on with this video. Fair use.
Weak institutions, you're more likely to lose your money, and losing money happens a lot from people coming from the diaspora over here. It's just a big thing that happens. And you're thinking that you're coming from a place with strong institutions. Well, then Ghana must have institutions like this, right? Wrong. They don't. Property rights are weak. The law is weak. Okay? The private sector is weak. And the economy and the way they regulate it is also weaker. This does not mean you don't have more opportunities because they...
O'Shea is right regarding the regulation of systems in Ghana and elsewhere. It's just the truth. That is true. I'm not going to beat around the bush. It is true. Just have to call a spade a spade. I mean, there's a lot of circumventing systems in Ghana, going through people, this kind of thing. I know someone who works in this office who can do this quicker, stuff like that, and other things as well. And I've come across it personally. And the temptation is to go through this person that who can do it quicker and this kind of thing. Try doing that in England. Try doing that here. Try going through someone to get something done quicker. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's harder to do. Because obviously that person doesn't want to lose their job. I see that as a problem. It's a problem. And what I also saw as a problem was being in an Uber just outside of Accra. I'm sure it was outside of Accra. And being stopped by the police, and then the Uber having to basically, give the policeman some money. I've got a problem with that. I don't know if it's the Jamaican in me, right? or the English boy. But I saw it as just being, I wanted that policeman to come to me and ask for some money. I was getting ready to, my wife was sitting there, she was trying to hold, I was getting ready to cuss him. Seriously, man, I was getting ready. I was burning. I was burning. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was burning. I was getting ready to cuss that policeman. He would have had to have taken me into the police station, man. But I was getting ready to cuss him. Seriously, I'm not joking. I was getting ready to cuss him. So systems, right? But what I want to say as well, a man like the outgoing president, right? When you have a man like that who is a lapdog of the American government, what do you expect? When you have a man like the outgoing president who was a lapdog of the Americans, what do you expect? Ghana's got a new president who embraced young Ibrahim Traoré, probably pronouncing his surname incorrectly. Do forgive us. But what I'm hoping, my hope for Ghana, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, is that the new president is going to basically have more integrity, maybe join the Sahel states, maybe join, the BRICS family of nations, because there's no way, right? Any government in Africa that is in cahoots with any Western power, there's no way it's impossible to serve your own people. It's totally and utterly impossible to serve your people, right? To serve the Ghanaian people. It is impossible to serve your people and be in cahoots and be the lapdog of the West. It's totally and utterly impossible. Oil and water cannot mix. So I say that to say this: the systems in Ghana, right? Not just in Ghana, but in northern Nigeria with Boko Haram, because the Nigerian leader is just as corrupt. You got the French Secret Service now. Their soldiers have found a secret base in northern Nigeria. They were the ones that were basically funding Boko Haram all these bloody years, right? So with leaders like that in West Africa, what the hell do you expect? All of your systems are useless if you have leaders like them in Africa. If you have the likes of that Nigerian, listen, the current Nigerian president, you can look at his face and tell that he's as bent as a flipping, I don't know, Ben. He's like Uri Geller. Remember Uri Geller? He used to bend forks. When I say bend, I don't mean gay. I mean he's crooked. He's corrupt. It's the truth. All of them. Those leaders like that are completely corrupt. Ruto, the current Nigerian leader, and the outgoing Ghanaian leader, they are corrupt. They are not for the people. Therefore, none of the systems, right, that these men oversee will ever be of any use to the people in their country. They're not designed to be of use to the people in their country. They're designed to be of use to foreigners, to foreign powers, foreign entities. That is the truth. And part of being a Pan-Africanist is understanding that. I was quite happy that, anyway, I don't want to go too off topic on that. But look, let's get back to this anyway. But that's my view on it.
Are there. I've never been to Ghana, but I'm pretty sure they're there. Opportunities are in Uganda.
And I think, in order to properly critique a country, you've got to go there. I mean, we could do a lot of research, we can read and all the rest of it, but I think it's always good to go to a country, before you give solid, detailed, or in order to give solid, detailed, non-biased, critique I think you got to go and visit. I've never been to Nairobi. I've done videos about property in Nairobi, but I don't think I can offer a proper critique of any African, of any country, if I've not actually been there and spent a little bit of time there.
Uganda. But the institutions that protect you as a foreigner are weaker. Foreigners want to invest in America, even though America may have lower yields of return than Ghana or Uganda, which has higher opportunities and more return, because they trust the institutions. Their money will be safe. Your money is going to be safe in Luxembourg or in Switzerland. I'm not selling out. I'm just telling you.
And I say what I say about the Ghanaian institutions. Responsibility is on Ghanaians, right? To get to elect a trustworthy leader, right? Also to basically not to stop this nonsense about operating along tribal lines. You can't, electing local politicians and a state leader along tribal lines, voting along tribal lines, right, will basically simply destroy your country. That's what it will do. So I say what I say. What I don't want to do is take the responsibility off Ghanaians and off other Africans to fix their systems. Basically your systems are you. I mean, me and the wife got in, again, we got in an Uber. Can't remember when we were was it in Accra? I'm sure it was in Accra. And we was having a conversation with the Uber driver. This Uber driver said, it was in Accra. This Uber driver said he was a school teacher, but he was forced to drive a Uber because in order to make ends meet. So I said to him, and this was during the day, this was, during the week, Monday to Friday, I can't remember what day it was on, but it was during the week. And I said to him, so shouldn't you be at work now? Right? And he said, yes, he should be in the classroom. So I said, but you're driving an Uber. And he goes, well, I have to do this to make ends meet. So I said, okay, so while you're doing this, who's teaching your class? And he said he doesn't know. They're just sitting there. His words were, they are just sitting in the room on their own. Because obviously in the UK, we have supply teachers, stand-in teachers that, that a school can call, in the morning to get them into a classroom. This teacher who was moonlighting as an Uber driver said that he's got a classroom full of kids and they're sitting there on their own while he's driving the cab. So when we talk about corruption, when we talk, the regular citizens have to take responsibility for their part as well. Life is tough, I get it, but you can't leave a class full of 30 kids there and be driving an Uber talking about how the politicians in your country are corrupt. You're corrupt. You're corrupt. And I said that to him. I said, no, you are corrupt. You are corrupt. You're the corrupt one. Seriously, you. If you're going to be driving an Uber as a teacher while you've got a class full of kids and you're driving an Uber, no, you are corrupt. You're corrupt. That's what I said to him. He didn't, and he just agreed. He just laughed and agreed. He gave me a Ghanaian laugh. And he just agreed. Ghanaians never argue. That's a lie. That some of them do, but a lot of Ghanaians are so nice mannered, right? They're not like Jamaicans. Ghanaians, man, most of the Ghanaian, well, not all of the Ghanaian guys that I met, right, and women. Now, not so much the women, but the guys. They're just nice. They're nice. But this guy was driving an Uber when he should have been in the classroom teaching. Crazy. And I made him know it. I made him know that. But anyway, M. George, good to have you aboard, sir. FBA is a government organization made to cause division. I don't think it is, personally. I do not think FBA is a government organization made to cause division. But what I do know is that governments will use anything you give them to sow division. Right, so they will use anything you give them in order to divide you and your people. I would use, if whatever achieved my main goal, I would use it to divide you, my enemy. I would use it. That's what your enemy does. It's like jujitsu, using your power against you, using your body mass, your body weight against you. That's what jujitsu is. Anyway, I understand, M. George. I can see how it looks, but I do disagree with it. I think the government will use it in order to divide their enemies, because it suits their purpose. It serves their purpose. It's obvious. Anyone with any brains, you don't have to be smart to see, right, that if you give your enemy tools, right, it's like an own goal, isn't it? It's like, see, you're playing football and you kick the ball in your own net. This is what I say. You should be able to listen. This is what I say. You should be able to disagree without becoming disagreeable. It's really important. It's really, really important to be able to do that. But anyway, look, let's get back to the tape. Zonga Native writes, how can Ghanaians know who is a good leader? The media plays a huge role in marketing what a good leader is to the public. The public need good education to decipher the trickery of the media. Absolutely agree with everything you've just wrote. But here's what I learned while I was in Ghana and in the UK here, because I've grown up with Ghanaian people here in London. I learned that not just in Ghana, but in Nigeria, all over the place, when people vote, they vote along tribal lines. That's the problem. If your only reason for voting for an individual is that they come from your tribe, your area where you live, if that's your reason for voting for an individual, right, then you can't expect anything good in your country. You've got to vote for the best person. Does that make sense? You've got to vote for the person that's who's going to get the job done, not somebody who just comes from your flipping tribe. That will never ever work. Never work. That can't work. Right there, if you do that, it means you're basically destroying your country. And that is that's the education that needs to go out to kids. Don't do tribalism. Does that make sense? Don't do tribalism. Throw tribalism in the bin for 2025. Make it a New Year's resolution if you make them. I don't, right? But throw tribalism in the bin for 2025. There's no way we're going to see any development on the African continent if tribalism exists. That doesn't mean you can't be proud to be Hausa. That doesn't mean you can't be proud to be, Igbo. That doesn't mean you can't be proud to be whatever you are. But tribalism, where you do things along tribal lines, throw it in the bin. Throw it in the bin. Zonga Native also writes, that's not true in Ghana. You need to elect result. You need to election results data over the years. I'm not sure about the point you're trying to make there. You need to election results data in Ghana over the years. I'm not quite sure about your point. Maltese one, good to have you aboard. I think you're new here. Iwais can never vote for NPP. Why? 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 But you see what I mean, right? This is a problem. This is a problem. This is the conversation that we need to have. If we're serious about African development, right, then this is the kind of conversation we need to have. Are you with me? This is not rocket. We need to we need to get beyond our tribalism. We need to get beyond the tribalism on the African continent, right? Even here in London, because all of that tribalism stuff, right? Guess what, right? Africans bring it to the UK, believe it or not, right? Africans bring tribalism into church. Not only that, a lot less now, but even from the Caribbean, right? When I was a kid, it used to be Jamaicans, arguing with Bajans, arguing with people from Trinidad, arguing with people from all of the islands. All we used to do was argue. It's a lot less so now, but it used to be Jamaicans slagging off and berating all of the other islands. It was the biggest cuss, the biggest diss you could give another islander is to call them small islander. You're small island. You come from a small island. Bloody ridiculous. And Jamaica is only that big, you know. And what Jamaicans used to do is cuss other islanders that come from a small island. Completely ridiculous and stupid. Completely stupid. But that's the way we used to carry on at school in London. Zonga Native, I'll drop the link, man, but I've got a lot to get through. But I will drop the link later on, don't you worry. But tribalism is an issue, bro. Tribalism is a massive issue and a hindrance to African development wherever we are on planet Earth. And we need to kill it. That doesn't mean that we can't love being who we are. That doesn't mean that we need to get rid of our cultural practice. No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about basically where it's detrimental to development of the African continent. If you're a Pan-Africanist, right? In fact, Pan-Africanism is opposed to tribalism. It's not opposed to cultural practice. It's about celebrating our individual cultural practices, but it's against tribalism. Does that make sense? And tribalism stands in the way. In this respect, I agree with O'Shea, even though he's not talking about tribalism, but it's tribalism that stands in the way of development on the African continent. It's one of the biggest issues. But anyway, look, let's move on with this.
Tell you the truth, your money is less safe in Ghana. You don't have property rights. You don't have a lot of rights. Even if you get citizenship, you're not as protected. Now you can vote if you get citizenship there. You can be counted in the census. You want to have a country that wants to have strong institutions. And Ghana has not shown me that they care about that. They just don't. Number 3, you're moving to a country that has a lack of accountability, right? This is not just Ghana. This is going to be a lot of the sub-Saharan African countries. Accountability is not going to be there. And you need to basically install accountability into almost everything that you do. People come to work sometimes late. People don't live up to their promises. This is very common. It's also common in America.
And you see, accountability is key to everything, right? Accountability, you get no country, no group of people, without accountability at every level of society, you've got to pay for your actions. You've got to pay for what you do wrong. You know, that the law system has to be in place. All of these things have to, if we want African development, then there's got to be strict accountability. It's as simple as that, you know? And I understand that you've got cultural practice, but here's what I believe, right? Honestly, any cultural practice that is not, listen carefully, any cultural practice that is not fit for the development of Africa and African people needs to die. Seriously, right? Cultural, just because something is cultural practice and culture, that doesn't mean you should keep it. If it stands in the way of development, it needs to die. Marcus Garvey said that in his speech. If we can't do it, we need to die. That's what he said. Right, go back and check. Go back and listen to Marcus Garvey. So, no, you know, the accountability is key to development. People have to be able to trust a system, that there's checks and balances, and that basically, there are consequences for people who flout the rules. Basically, it's the truth. Nana Charles writes, Ghana welcomes all countries. Ghana first is the policy. The interests of Ghana first, which is fair enough. National governments with strong institutions will be better for African countries. I'll read that again. The interests of Ghana first. National governments with strong institutions will be better for, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's, of course. I mean, that's common sense, right? To me, that's common sense. But anyway, look, let's move on. Let's move on with this.
Is going to be more common in these places. And again, you checking somebody about their mistakes or about them lying can always be pointed back at you and how you're the bad person. Now, that might not be a big deal for some people, but if you're trying to build a business, you cannot build a business if you can't trust people. If you don't have any accountability, if your workers don't have accountability, if you yourself don't have an accountability, and you're in a culture of collaborators and people that you want to do business with, and they're not accountable for their actions. And I don't care, it could be Ghanaian diaspora. You got to watch out for them too, just like you have to watch out for the Ghanaian locals and even some in the African-American diaspora. People are just not going to be accountable in the country like you're used to. They're going to.
You see, I love all this from O'Shea, right? We see when you take off the rose-tinted glasses, what we need regarding African development is people that are is cold, hard accountability, cold, hard, solid work ethics. It's got all of it's got to be cold and hard, and we've got to look at the whole thing in the light of day. And we got to basically, people have to stand on their merits, what they can do. All of this is standard good business practice. None of this is really rocket science.
To be less dependable. And you need to understand that. Is the opportunity there? Yes. But if you go to a culture of unaccountability, which is very prevalent in African countries, that is a problem. That's something that you need to consider. And I'm telling you, as a person that lives here.
Listen, opportunity, what we mean by opportunities is potential. Let's use that word potential. Right, the potential's in the ground. I mean, people say that Africa's, the richest continent on planet Earth. Yeah, it's all in the ground, but you've got to dig it up and then create secondary goods, and then you've got to sell it. And then the money that governments earn can't go into the bank accounts of some corrupt leaders. It's got to be used to benefit all of the people. And let's face it, the Nigerian leader is completely corrupt. Ruto is a joke. And the outgoing Ghanaian leader, he's a lapdog for the Americans, right? The one who's just come in, let's see what he does.
Here, the culture of accountability is prevalent. It is pervasive. In the private sector, I've dealt with brand managers. I've dealt with people that lie to your face, people that promise you. I mean, I go to war with these people every day for lying to me about something. It's not just people on the street. In fact, those are the people that don't give me any problems. It's your more educated people, people that are higher up, people that lived in the diaspora and came back. A lot of people are liars. We're going to just call it for what it is on the continent for some of these things. All right? This is not every.
And, this has been his experience. This hasn't necessarily been the experience of everyone who's moved back to, in his case, Uganda, right? Because he's specifically talking about people that he's encountered in Uganda. Let's be clear about this. He's not talking about Ghana in his business capacity because he's never been to Ghana, all right? So, yeah, so there you go.
Everybody, but a lot of people that you're going to promise you something are not going to deliver it. This is not everyone. There are good people in Africa. There are great people everywhere in the world. But you will encounter.
And that's important, what you just said there. There are good people in Africa. There's great people in the world. So this kind of goes against Afro Think Tank, what he said there, because I think he either didn't hear what O'Shea just said. He said there's good people everywhere. And what you've got to do, you've got to surround yourself. If you're going to do business or in life in general, you've got to surround yourself with good people. You need to build a team, even in London, even in the UK, right? Building a team. My background's music. I built a recording studio in London, right? Finding people to work with to build the studio and collaborate with and all the rest of it over the years has been hard. I don't even make music in that studio anymore. I just manage it. But finding, the first person that I asked to come, to partner up with us and build that studio was a black guy. First person. But did he want to do it? No, he didn't want to do it. What he wanted to do was carry on making music in his bedroom, in his mum's house. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to do that, right? He's a brother. I see him as a brother, and he's great at what he does. Back in the day. but he didn't want to come in and build a studio. You know, in the end, I had to choose some other people to do it, right? So, you know, it's finding a team, finding the right people, trustworthy people, people that want to graft, people that want to work, people that want to do it the right way is hard in any country. That's my point, not just on the African continent. In any country, it is hard to find the right team of people to work with. And most people you can't trust.
A lot of liars. And then when it's time to take accountability, they are not going to do that. Can you deal in a place like that, including the government? 4, no trust. There's absolutely no trust in Ghana. I'm pretty sure. I've never been there, but just I can believe that. People don't trust what somebody says.
Really careful. You got to be really careful making comments about a country where you've not been. You got to be careful about doing it. You just got to be careful, man. You got to be careful about making comments about a country when you've never been there. Nana Charles writes, Ghana welcome. Second comment. Lack of critical thinking on display. Critical thinking is the objective analysis of facts or issues to reach a judgment. People may have their opinions, but they cannot have their own facts. You make a good point. Zongo Native writes, based on what I've heard in the media, Ghana has lost 18 million by the previous administration to corruption. I think it's more than that. I think it's a hell of a lot more than that. I think it's a hell of a lot more than 8. I think 18 million is nothing. I think it's a hell of a lot more than that, in my personal opinion. Right. And again, I don't know that for sure. That's just what I think, right? I've got no facts to back that up. But looking at the outgoing leader, listen, if anyone is a lapdog of a Western power, right? I just think they're doing I just wouldn't put anything past them. That's just my personal opinion. African leaders that are in the lap of Western leaders, right? They create chaos in order to steal. They go out their way to create weak institutions in order to steal. Not just steal, but in order to basically create chaos. So their bosses from overseas, from the West, can come in and pilfer, steal all the resources. It's their job. Their job is to create chaos in their own country. That's just my personal opinion. Songa Native writes, could you believe that this is more than 1 million loan they took from the IMF? 1 million ain't nothing. It's more than that. They probably took, I'll do some research on it, but I think the outgoing, not just the outgoing Ghanaian administration, but a lot of those corrupt African leaders, right? I think that they took millions from the IMF, from various underhanded payments from Western powers. I mean, how much money do you think has France given the current Nigerian administration, right, to operate secret military bases in France across the border from Niger? Think about it. France has not gone from West Africa. No way. Trust me, they are still there. Zonga Native, you write, $1 billion. Absolutely. But let's move on. Let's move on with this.
Now, do you have trustworthy people in Ghana? Yes. But you have a huge mistrust between, I'm pretty sure, the local community.
So O'Shea did say it, right? Do you have trustworthy people in Ghana? Yes. It's obvious. You got trustworthy people everywhere. So again, Afro think tank, not being quite fair to, I think, and it's fine to come from a place of how you feel, and all the rest of it. But I think you've got to be fair to the words that are actually coming out of O'Shea's mouth. Do you have trustworthy people in Ghana? Yes. Yeah. Just to be balanced.
And the government. That's the issue. Let me tell you why.
But
I've met so many mistrust between, I'm pretty sure, the local community and the government. That's the issue. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you why. I've met so many people in the Ghanaian diaspora who are doing well. They live in America. They live somewhere else. Do they want to come back and live in Ghana? No. Why? No trust. It's hard to build a business. It's hard to build things in a place where people don't trust anything. It's the same thing with the lack of accountability, because somebody can promise you something one day and then not deliver. So people kind of have to get adjusted to that kind of culture, which is okay. Well, if that person doesn't deliver, well, then I need to say something so that then I don't deliver. And so if you can't trust people, and this is going to be a big deal, when you come to an African country, at first you're going to be all
Again, I don't think it's necessarily about trust. I think it's about weak systems, weak government that can be circumvented without any consequence. That's the real problem. In the UK, it's not. I don't think people are any more trustworthy than anywhere else, but there are consequences if things are not done right. So there are consequences. For example, if you have a tenant in a house, and that tenant moves out, but she doesn't tell you what she does. She moves people into your house without telling you. And she basically charges them more rent than what you're charging the original tenant, right? But she don't tell you, right? So in the UK, there's consequences for that. There's consequences if you shoplift. There's consequences if you park on a double yellow line. There's consequences if you jump a red light. There's consequences. Right. But if you move to a country where there are no consequences or very few, or if they're not enforced, then how are you going to interact with the systems in that country? You're not going to want to, or at least you're going to be very wary to do that. That's what O'Shea's basically saying.
By the time year 2 or 3, you still living here, you're gonna be like, I can't trust nobody. I don't want to trust. And you have to take risks and have to trust people to do well. You can trust people in Ghana. Let's not say that you can't, but you're gonna get burned so many times, you're not gonna want to trust people. You have that mentally in your mind. It's hard to build a dream of a life with people you just have to keep filtering out. One of the things that people tell me all the time here in Uganda, if I ever have issues, they will say, well, you know what? You're dealing with the wrong person. You're dealing with the wrong people. Well, who is the right person? Well, obviously, they're always going to say it's them. Well, it's me. You guys just don't know how things work here. And I want to get back to that because a lot of people in Africa will tell you that. And typically, a person talking like that, you have more money than anyway. But it's very difficult to build in a country that you have felt slighted in, that you feel like you can't trust people.
I was having a chat with a bunch of boys years ago, and I can't remember what the nature of the conversation was, but I remember one boy said to me, we was talking about where he grew up in London and all the rest of it. And one thing he said to me was, and it was around trust, right? And I can't remember what the context of the conversation was, but he said to me, he looked me square in the face, and he said to me something like, I don't trust anyone. And for a 14 or 15-year-old boy to say, and he meant it as well, I don't trust anyone. I don't trust anyone. There's no one on earth that I trust. I just thought, rah. And I didn't follow up the conversation. I really wish I did, because that says something about how he, what his experience, what his life experience had been up to that point. But, anyway.
Fine. Let's build on doing business in Ghana, okay? Or in any other country. There is doing business in America. Then there's doing business in Ghana. And there's doing business in Uganda. Uganda and Ghana are not the same. They are, however, more similar to each other than they are to the United States. And the reason is because they basically were colonized by the British. But if you go to Ghana and Uganda, they're going to be very, I would probably say, not the same, but they're going to be more similar. The issue is, when you do a business in Ghana, you can't necessarily do it the American way. And you also can't do it the Ghanaian way. Why can't you do it the Ghanaian way? Because you can't compete doing something the Ghanaian way. Because Ghanaians are already doing it that way. And this is why a lot of Americans lose money when they do business in Africa. One of the worst things that you can do is come to Africa, and then you can get consulted by somebody who lives here. It's the best thing and it's the worst thing. It's the best thing to know the realities of what the market can do and how the market can work. But then when you want to do something...
Listen, if you're going to do business in any foreign country, you've got to do your homework first. Half the reason why people get burnt is because they don't do enough homework. And you're going to get burnt anyway. The moment you put your head above the parapet, the moment you look to step up, right? The moment you take money out of your pocket, the moment you get out of bed, basically, you run the risk of being scammed. That is life. right? That's just like this life, even in the UK. In Ghana, it's probably more like. But then, if you're a foreigner and you're going to come to the UK, if you're a foreigner and you're going to come to the UK, chances are you're going to lose money somewhere because you don't know how things work. In Ghana, because people are quite happy to circumvent the systems, or at least the law allows it, right? It's a problem. So you've got to do your due diligence. You've got to understand the market that you're looking to operate in, how it works, how they do what they do, and how you're going to maneuver in that environment. But this is what I want to say, though. Clearly, the Chinese think it's worth doing. It's a good bet. Clearly, a whole heap of Europeans think it's a good bet. Do you understand? So, in this sense, I kind of agree more with, even though O'Shea is not wrong in what he's saying, he's right in what he's saying. Because why in my brain I'm thinking, why do other groups of people see Ghana and Africa in general as a good bet, even with all of the issues there? What is it? If they're going to see it as a good bet, I'm definitely going to be looking at the opportunities. I'm not going to let them get in there and take all of the opportunities. That ain't going to happen. That is not going to happen.
A lot better and incentivize people. And if you take advice from this person who can be an idiot, you can be in a lot of trouble. Let me explain what I'm talking about. Somebody can be like, oh man, you can set a business here. All you gotta do is pay this person $150 a month, pay that person the going rate. You can get employees, and then you can make a lot of money in this business. The issue is you're not incentivizing a person $150 a month when it costs them $200 or $300 a month to do that. You're taking that advice from a person who lives here, and that person is doing things the local way. Nothing wrong with doing things the local way, but if you're going to move all the way from Houston or St. Louis to come to Accra or Ghana or Kumasi, you can't take that same advice from a person because every business is doing it that way, which means that all of them are making meager earnings. There are plenty of businesses in Uganda that I always see. They're all doing things the same way, and all of them are earning the same. They're all on the brink of closing down. You have to come here and you have to understand that doing business the Ugandan way or doing business the Ghanaian way, it won't work for you. It's not going to work for you as a foreigner to do better with training, with how you treat them, and then with how you pay them. You're going to have to learn that, and that's hard.
You got to come with a plan, 100%. If you're looking to basically if you're looking to make it anywhere, you are going to have to come with a plan. You got to come with a plan. That's what I'm reading. That's how I'm reading what O'Shea just said, right? Come with a plan that is going to do your homework, do your research, and come with a plan that is going to work. Work it out, organize it, do your homework. To me, that goes without saying. That goes without saying. Doesn't that go without saying? But anyway, maybe some people get out of bed and get an idea to do something and without doing any homework. I'm sure there's people like that. But anyway, Leroy Brown, thank you for being there, sir. I am FBA and have lived in Ghana. It'd be good to know what your experience of that was. Zongo Native, you write, market research first. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. Life is about market research, right? 90% of your life should be about market research, and 10% should be just to go and do stuff. You can smooth your path and do things a lot quicker and a lot easier if you study the thing that you want to go and do. Even American and British companies dominate the oil sector in Ghana and Nigeria. Gabriel Yanni, good to have you aboard, sir. You write, Ghana is a third world country. I don't really use the term third world country. I never use that term, not to describe the African continent. I know, people may see it as a semantic, but I just don't use the term. I just don't use it. It is a poor, I'm not saying anybody else shouldn't. I just don't use it. It is a poor nation. Anyone who leaves a developed nation expecting to make profit overnight is uninformed. I don't disagree with that, but you know what? Anyone who leaves any country to go to any country, even what some people like to call a first world country, thinking that they're going to make a profit overnight is uninformed. How do I know that? Because my family left Jamaica to come to the UK to make a profit. And it took how long did it take him? It took my granddad, when he came here in 1960, right? So it took him 30 years to 1960, 70, 80, 90. It took him 30 years to get 30 or 35 years to get 4 houses in the UK as a builder and a load of money in the bank. But when he died, he was able to give 1 house paid for to my mum, my auntie, and my 2 uncles. Right. And that particular house that they got, that my mum got, we now own, we now rent that house out. We just kept it rented out. So the point is, and so it took him years. So going to another country is not an overnight plan. It's not quick money. It's not quick money. So I agree with what you just said there, Gabriel Yanni. Okay, let's get back to the tape.
Because you're going to have to learn how to do business in the market. Imagine you can have somebody you're doing B2B with. That person's supposed to pay you money, and that person doesn't want to pay you for 5 months. But you need that money to pay your mortgage back in St. Louis. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to insult that person to pull up? They can just decide to not pay you. Well, since you have the attitude, I'm not going to pay you now. Yeah, and then what's your recourse? A lot of people are reduced to begging when they come here. And I mean begging for people to pay, for people to do things. And in the reality, you have to be so good. You have to be so talented. You have to be such a great, innovative business to stay here that it's unimaginable. You cannot come here and be average at anything and expect to do very well.
That's right.
So you're going to have to figure out what the market.
Absolutely. You know, you got to be good wherever you go. If you're going to pick yourself up and go to another country, you need to be good at what you're going to go and you need to study what you're going to go and do, and you need to be good at what you're going to go and do. If you think you can be mediocre and pick yourself up and come to England or go to any European country or go anywhere in Africa, be mediocre and make it, right? You can have a shock. No, you got to be good. You got to have a plan.
Market needs and whatever it is, and I would suggest you do that for a long time. And markets fluctuate, especially in third world countries. And then the people that are giving you that advice, you can only take it for a grain of salt because they don't know, for the most part, what it may take for them to make an excellent product. A lot of people that give advice in Africa are only after dollars and cents, but not about building customer relationships, not about building relationships with the employees, not about reinvesting as much. You do have them, but they are not there. And these are the issues that you will face.
All of that is business acumen, management training, and a real understanding of how to build brands, all of that stuff, right? You know that's what basically O'Shea's saying there. So, you know, he's there, he's doing business there, he understands that more than I do.
If you come to Africa, you're going to take a lot of advice, most likely for somebody that is less successful than you were in the States, about how to run this business or enterprise, and then that business is not going to perform. Bonus. The Ghanaian government is going to tell you to move there, and you will have no assistance from them. This is what I don't like about Ghana. I don't dislike the country of Ghana. I'm pretty sure it's a nice place. I would love to go there. But here's the issue that I have with Ghana or any other country telling African Americans or the diaspora to invest. What mechanisms do you give people how to get acquainted in the country when they do want to invest? Because that person that's probably in that department is not incentivized either. To be honest, it's like, hey, listen, let's just use these guys to bring in our tourism dollars and to have a year of return. Now you're seeing other countries copy it. And somebody has reached out to me to do something like that, a year of return. I won't mention the country. And I told them.
So, okay. So we'll come to the year of return a little bit later on as well. So the year of return, personally, I think it was a great idea. I think it was just the whole thing about, even if it was just like verbally sending out an invitation to Black people living outside of Ghana, living outside of the African continent, to come visit Ghana, come settle in Ghana. I think it was great. It's never happened before, right? So I think all of that. I think all of that was great. You know, I think the invitation, I think just being invited by an African government to come and visit, you know, I heard that some chiefs were giving away land if you settled on the land for X amount of years and built a community and all of that good stuff. You know, dealing with chiefs and all of that, really. Someone's really, again, even with that, I would do it with a solicitor personally, just to make sure that the deals are actually what they're meant to be. But O'Shea makes a good point, right? To what extent did the Ghanaian government, if you like, create create relocation packages for returnees, for people that wanted to return. How did the Ghanaian government smooth the way for returnees? Basically, they didn't. It's as simple as that, right? There was no assistance package. I'm using the word package, not as far as I know, anyway. There was nothing really tangible to help people who wanted to return. Now, what I'm not going to do is, and remember that was under the old government of Ghana, who basically sits in the lap of the Americans, right? Anyway, right? So I think rather than be seriously negative about it, I think what this government could do, is to think about what returnees. You see, this is me putting my positive spin on it rather than a negative spin. Are you with me? All right. So what this new government could do, and what other governments on the African continent could do, this is, or at least the conscious ones, Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Niger, what these governments could do is to simply think, it's not simple, but to think, if we want people to return back home, or at least come to our countries, what assistance might they need, right? And then possibly put a task force together who is tasked to actually answer some of those questions. Now, obviously, well, I mean, I was going to say we're dealing with countries that may or may not have specifically large resources, but sometimes it doesn't even take financial resource. Sometimes it simply takes smoothing bureaucracy. Does that make sense? It doesn't always take money in order to make it, make a crooked road a little bit straighter and a little bit flatter. So that's a euphemism, right? So sometimes it simply takes government to think about what a group might need in, who they are trying to encourage to return home, right? So, so it's just like, government doing a little bit of thinking around that as an issue, right? I'm hoping the new Ghanaian government and other governments are gonna do that. Are gonna do that level of thinking. All right. So I want to say it was a great idea to have the year of return, but just going that extra mile and doing a little bit more thinking as to what returnees may need, right? It could be anything. I don't know. I've not thought about it myself, but it's worth some thought. And as I said, it doesn't necessarily have to cost lots and lots of money, right?
Them know I'm going to probably do a tour because I promised a person that I'm going to do a tour, but I really am not really big on relocation tours to Uganda or to any other country, because simply I want the government to make some changes to do so if that's the case. In any effort.
And again, I want to say this, right? I think it's good that O'Shea's calling that part out. Now, rather than getting annoyed or hooked on not liking how he's saying it, I think the central point, that particular central point, is an important point. I think it's an important point he's just made. Yeah. Gabriel Yanni in the chat, Ghana has a history of hosting the diaspora from way back in the 1960s. I didn't know that. Interesting point. This had nothing to do with scamming people for their money. Absolutely. Great point. Love the point. Good point. Ghana is open for business to anyone. I agree. I totally agree. And not just Ghana. I think the whole African continent is open for business. So I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Gabriel Yanni, like you said, China, India, and the Lebanese are making money in the nation. Absolutely. So we should, and so not only should we go back to make money at home, we should, to my mind, we should go back with a Pan-African mindset, right? Because listen, the way this is what I say to people, right? Listen, Africa is the seat of Black self-respect. I don't care how well any group does outside of the African continent, whether they be foundational Black Americans or Black people in South America or Black people in the UK. If Africa itself is in the dirt, no one is going to look at you. No other group is going to look at you with respect. Even if you come from Jamaica, no other group is going to look at you with respect. That's just my personal opinion. What is so-called foundational Black Americans doing for Africans? I don't think foundational Black Americans should be doing anything for Africans. I don't look at it like that. The way I do look on it is that we, in my personal opinion, are stronger working together than arguing with each other and being tribalistic. That's just my point of view. Does that make sense? So I feel that we are stronger working together than just basically backbiting and arguing with each other. I don't think that serves any of us. I've never seen it serve Africans wherever we are when we simply argue non-stop with each other. That takes effort and it's tiring. Listen, I've been in meetings. I've been in meetings when Black people, so-called Pan-Africanist meetings, I've sat there when there's just been arguing for a good hour, 2 hours. And after the meeting, all you've done in the meeting is spent 2 hours arguing. And that's it. And that's meant to be a bunch of Pan-Africanists. I've sat in those meetings. Crazy. I try not to sit in those meetings anymore. I'll be really honest, because I know it doesn't do anything. But anyway, let's do the last little bit of this.
If you're asking somebody to invest in your country where they have a big risk to be successful or whatever, then what are some of the steps that you're trying to do to get them acquainted so that they don't lose? I went to medical school, as you guys know. I went to medical school in Poland, where you didn't have a whole lot of help. You had to figure things out on your own. I had a colleague that went to the University of Minnesota School of Medicine. There was so much help to make sure that the people that went to University of Minnesota School of Medicine all graduated. They all passed their boards. Or there were resources in plenty to make sure that these people were successful. African government's not going to do that. Ghana's not going to do that. The country that I'm in, which don't have a year of return, by the way, so I won't even mention them. But Sierra Leone's not going to do that. They're just looking at a money grab. Just come and invest, but they're not looking at how successful you want to be.
So personally, I don't necessarily feel, right, that they're looking at a money grab. Maybe some are. I think, as I said before, I think it's a lack of joined up thinking. It's simply a lack of joined up thinking. Without a doubt, us living in what white people call the diaspora, we bring revenue back to any part of Africa that we travel to, 100%. But so maybe some officials simply see us as a money grab. Oh yeah, let's get them to come. Let's get a little bit of money. But I don't think it's. I honestly believe that there was good intention behind the year of return. And as you said in the chat, who said it in the chat? I don't want to get it wrong. I think Gabriel Yanni said it. Ghana's been hosting a diaspora, hosting the diaspora since way back in the 1960s. So I think it's actually well-intentioned. I think generally speaking, it's well-intentioned, but I just think we can push the thinking a little bit more, and basically just get a hell of a lot more out of the year of return. I just think we can get more out of it. Does that make sense? I think if Ghanaians really think about what we can get after a year, after 2 years, basically have a good sort of solid 5-10 year plan that's kicked off by the year of return. That's really what it's all about. Yeah. But you got to have a team on that's going to think way beyond the year of return. Right. I mean, it will, honestly, it will. I believe it will happen because it's a no-brainer. If I'm thinking like that on a live sat in London in my spare room, right, I'm going to make an assumption that you've got some smart Ghanaians, smart Nigerians, smart Ugandans, smart people in Zimbabwe, smart Africans on the African continent in the various African countries that are thinking exactly the same thing. Yeah. This is not rocket science. Africans in the so-called diaspora want to come home, right? We've got money, right? We want to start businesses. We want to benefit. We want to use our skills and talents to benefit the African continent. It's as simple as that, right? It's as simple as that. Listen carefully, right? I do not want to use the skills and talents that I have, right, to benefit. I want to use the skill. Let's put a positive spin on it. I want to use the skills and talents that I have to benefit other African people. It's that simple. It's that simple. And so I know I'm not the only one, right? So what O'Shea's basically saying is make it easy for us to plug in. It's as simple as that. This is not rocket science. Make it easy for us to plug in. Yeah. As I said, Ruto ain't going to do it. All right. The current Nigerian leader definitely ain't going to do it. The outgoing Ghanaian leader ain't going to do it. The new one might. Right. Just my personal opinion. So, we have to think long term about this, think strategically about this ourselves, have understand that this conversation is being had against the background of understanding geopolitics and neo-colonialism and all the rest of those bits and pieces. Gabriel Yanni writes, IAS Production writes, the number one investors in Africa are Africans themselves. Absolutely, of course. Good point. The number one investors in Africa are Africans ourselves. That's the truth. That's the truth. I've got friends, Nigerian friends, Ghanaian friends, friends from, a lot of different African countries. They've been sending money home for years to their families. Gabriel Yanni writes, W.E.B. Du Bois. We went to the Du Bois Center, me and the wife, when we were last in Accra, by the way. W.E.B. Du Bois was invited to live in Ghana, absolutely, by Kwame Nkrumah. Maya Angelou lived in Ghana for a while. Okay. Interesting. And I think the Marcus Garvey Center is right by or inside the W.E.B. Du Bois Center or beside it. Can't remember now. So there's these connections going back years. Kwame Nkrumah studied in America, didn't he? Studied in America. Yeah. So we are linked, we're tied at the hip, and that's okay. IAS Production writes, it already made easy for Africans in the diaspora. It way harder for Africans on the continent. I don't know about that, Okay, so why do I say I don't know about that? There's a brilliant. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, and try and understand what I'm about to say. There's a brilliant website called the Mind website. It's a mental health charity. Mind, M-I-N-D. Listen, on their website, this is what they write. I'm paraphrasing, so they use more politically correct words. They write, instances of poor mental ill health are the same for Africans in Africa as it is for white people in Europe. However, when Black people come to Europe, come to the UK, because it's an British English charity, when Black people come to the UK, they experience higher levels of mental ill health per head of population than white people. Then they go on to say this. So there's something about being Black in England that drives Black people crazy. Right? Now, they don't use those words. They use nicer words, but I'm just getting to the point. This is a presentation that I gave in my church the first time, because we looked at Black mental ill health. And I gave it. So I've given that presentation a few times. I'm sure I've given it a same presentation on this channel. I will do it again, right? So if you're going to live in the UK, understand this. There's a good chance your children will end up in a mental institution. One of my older brothers, he's in a mental institution, or he's been in and out one. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I've got friends that are in, that have been in and out of mental institutions for years. Black men. One of the reasons why I've been championing the African continent as a destination for black men is to save a place that's better for our mental health. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. So when you say, Africans in the diaspora, Africans on the continent have got it harder. What do we got to really understand what we're saying there, right? It always looks easier, walking in some other man's shoes, but you got to walk in those shoes first. You need to walk in those shoes first. Seriously, when you grow up with kids your age and they die of drug overdoses or getting stabbed on the streets and all that, right, or end up in prison or mad, right, or on alcohol, right, and you just think, and then when you get together with your friends, you just think, rah, we're alive, man. Yeah, we're alive. We didn't die. Yeah, we're alive. We're still here. We're still here, man. We're still here. You shouldn't be thinking that at the age of 25. You shouldn't sit around with your friends, and that should not be the conversation that you're having. That's completely crazy. And that's the conversation I had. I'm 56. That's the conversation I had with my friends 30 years ago. And kids I've heard that same conversation now. I'm hearing that same conversation now with 20-year-olds. So, nah. You got to it's not living here is not what you think for blacks. I know what you see on television, right? But television is not the reality for people with that. And I've done all right financially, right? What I'm saying is that many haven't. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. I laugh at everything. If you don't, anyway, right? Right, right, okay, Gabriel Yanni. Anyway, look, I'm going to get back to this. Let's finish this up.
We need an African country that if you're going to go after diaspora, including your own diaspora, how invested are you and how successful that they are going to be? Or do you only care about a check they can make and how much they can write? Because when they fail, they will come back to YouTube and tell everybody about it, or they will tell their friends about it. And guess what? It's going to get them to go to another African country or to just stay in America. African governments must be concerned about how good somebody is going to do when they pick your country to invest. And until I see that, I can never promote a year of return tour. I can't do it unless that is there. Unless you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the point he's making. As I said before, personally, and I know Kevin Samuels used to say this, or at least he's the first person that I think I heard say this. We build it as we fly. As to whether or not that should, or as to whether or not we should allow that to apply to a whole government, I'm not sure about that. But, where many African countries are coming from, I kind of feel that's what's happening. I kind of feel that's what Ibrahim Traore's doing it. He's building it as he's flying to the best of his ability with people that he can work with. So, and if you're going to do business anywhere, what you're going to do, you're going to make a move, and then you're going to hopefully sit down with your team, and then you're going to basically assess, do a review on how it went, what went well, even better if, and then you're going to make the next event better. I am hoping, as I said before, that the Ghanaian government is going to do that regarding the year of return. So personally, yeah, I would promote the next year of return because I think it's worth doing. I would do it, and I would hope the Ghanaian government, the current the new Ghanaian government is going to basically make it better in the ways that O'Shea's been talking about and in the ways that I've highlighted. So that's my view. So I would promote it. So, I mean, that goes to the heart of what Afro think tank was saying, that it's not right to say that he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't, it's not right for O'Shea to basically say that you shouldn't, talk against it, So this is what Afro think tank had an issue with, I think. All right.
You have somebody in the government, in government offices, that will say, hey, listen, we want to monitor people's success. How are they doing as a project? And
that should be done. Ideally, and I stress that, ideally, there should be a government office dedicated to the year of return and, what happens after the initial year. So in that respect, O'Shea's correct. But just because that doesn't exist doesn't mean that I would not promote the year of return. I would still promote it. I'd promote it, and I would, the idea really is for us as Black people living in what white people call the diaspora, and hopefully forward-thinking Ghanaians, to actually challenge the government to do it in the correct manner. Yeah.
And we can agree to do it. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again.
Okay, so anyway, look, that's the end of that one, right? Should I? Okay, let's do this. Let's do a bit of this one. All right. So this is a lady her channel's called Be Wise Africa Movement. Hopefully you can see the video there. Let me check it. Yep, you can see it. Okay, so here, the video is called The Silence of Returnees. Right. I'm not going to do too much of this because there's a lot of it, and the video is nearly 20 minutes long. All right, but we're going to do a bit because she makes some good points here. Really just extend some of the points O'Shea was making.
Decent, and thank you so much for that one. So welcome back. We're discussing this topic today. Why are returnees slow to share the pertinent news on the ground in Africa? What are they hiding? And who really has the power to advocate for cultural immersion and acceptance of returnees? So as more African ascendants make the journey back to the continent, one might expect them to openly share their experiences, right? Both good and bad experiences. Yet there seems to be a noticeable silence on critical issues that returnees are facing. So why is that? Let's explore some potential reasons behind this hesitation to speak out. So for many returnees, the journey back to Africa is a deeply personal and emotional journey. They may feel the pressure to present their experiences in a positive light, especially after making such a significant life challenge. Admitting to challenges may feel like admitting to a failure, and that can be a real tough pill to swallow. So some returnees might also fear that sharing the harsher realities could discourage others from making.
Okay, that whole thing about sharing the failures, absolutely correct, right? Very quickly, as I said, my granddad came here in 1960. Listen, when Caribbean people came to the UK, what they did, there was a famous photo studio in Brixton called Harry Jacobs, right? It was on a road called Landor Road between Brixton, between Stockwell Road and Clapham North. Now, Harry Jacobs Film Studio, all Caribbean people living in South London used to go there to get their photographs taken. And then what they used to do with the photographs, they used to send them back to their relatives living in the Caribbean. These photographs were staged. So you'd put on your best clothes, you'd take your photographs in front of the same set. So you go into any Caribbean person's house, and we all had our photographs taken against the same backdrop. And then those photographs would be sent back to the Caribbean. The idea being to make out as if we're balling, to make out as if we're doing well, to make out as if it's all working out, when in reality, right, some of those families, when they first came here, were sharing one room with another family, or they were living in the attic, or they basically, for the first 10 years or so, right, no family was doing well, none. But you would never tell by looking at the photographs. So it's this whole thing about trying to make out as if you're doing well, not wanting to tell the true story, the true picture. Some people did. Some people went back home. Some people were here for 1 or 2 years, didn't like it, went back to the Caribbean. As far as I'm concerned, they were the sensible ones. They were the sensible ones because at least their kids didn't grow up mad, being stopped and searched by the police, being told by the education system in the UK that they were educationally subnormal. Educationally subnormal. Just imagine that. Just imagine going to your child's school in 1969, 1974, and being told by the teacher that your son is educationally subnormal. That was a book written by a Grenadian called Bernard Coward. Go and check out his book, How the British School System Renders Black Children Educationally Subnormal. So we were catching hell in the UK, but we took pictures by, looking at the pictures that were taken and sent back home to the Caribbean. You would never believe it. You would never believe it. You'd never believe it.
The move, or they might want to expose the vulnerabilities that could be exploited by those back home or even within their new community.
That's faking it.
So who really holds the power when it comes to my camera's going off. Okay, so who really holds the power when it comes to advocating for cultural immersion and the acceptance of returnees? Is it the returnees themselves, the local communities, or is it external organizations? While returnees bring fresh perspectives and a desire to reconnect with their roots, they often lack the influence needed to make systemic changes. Local communities hold significant power, as their acceptance or rejection of returnees can make or break the experience. However, the true advocacy for cultural immersion often lies in grassroots movements and local leaders who understand both sides, those who can bridge the gap between returnees and Native communities. So one of the most contentious issues has been the fight for automatic citizenship. How dare you come to our country and request automatic citizenship? I ain't mad at them. I'm with that, okay?
I agree with what she just said. I am not mad at any country that doesn't give automatic citizenship. It makes no sense for any country on earth to give automatic citizenship to anybody. And I understand that Steve Harvey, Idris Elba, and I think Idris Elba, don't quote me on that, and a load of other rich and famous people have gone to Ghana and seemingly, I think Stevie Wonder, don't quote me on that as well, seemingly got automatic or at least quick citizenship from Ghana and elsewhere, right? They're rich and famous, right? And I'm not saying that's right, but it happens in the UK too. I don't think any government logically should give automatic citizenship to anyone. That doesn't make sense.
For many returnees, gaining citizenship is seen as a crucial step towards truly belonging. But
in most countries, it takes years, and it should do, because you've got to prove that you're not a pain in the arse, basically.
As this struggle,
and that you bring something of worth to the country.
A wedge between returnees and local populations. Well, of course it has, because the local population has been living in their conditions.
And I understand that, you as children of enslaved Africans, right? We children of kidnapped people. I understand that there is a special case with us. Absolutely. If you're African American, if you're foundational Black American, if you are from the Caribbean or South America, we are a special case. As to how African governments do this, right, we've got to work that one out. But automatic citizenship, no. That makes no sense.
Their whole life from generation to generation, and then returnees come and start making demands that they themselves have not been able to achieve. So on the other hand, the push for automatic citizenship has sometimes been met with resistance. Locals might perceive it as a demand for special treatment, or as a shortcut that bypasses the traditional process that they themselves must go through. So this can lead to tension, feelings of resentment, and ultimately hindering the very integration that returnees are seeking. So when you think about African cultures and how from young girls to young boys, there are certain types of processes or rituals, one might call them, that they go through in order to attain from childhood to adulthood, from adolescent to adulthood. There are certain illegal hindrances. So there's recognition of your heritage. Americans, but the British, the Jamaicans, even French Afro-ascendants, all are having these same issues. So I like to say, all kin folk are not skin folks. Just because we have the same skin, the same hair, does not mean that we socially and culturally identify with one another. So there's a strong cultural misunderstanding. Without proper cultural immersion, returnees might struggle to integrate, even with citizenship.
Listen, if you're planning on moving to somebody else's country, what you should do that only under the understanding that you need to immerse yourself in the culture where you're going to. How the hell is it going to work unless that isn't central to your plan? You're going there to learn the language, learn the dress, learn the culture, learn the customs. That should be part and parcel of you. If you don't want to do that, why are you going? That makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense to go to somebody else's country and not want to integrate in where you're going, but yet you want to go to the country. That's just crazy.
Also, there's the legal complexities. Automatic citizenship could create legal and bureaucratic challenges, especially in countries where you have strict immigration laws. And I'm so grateful that I've been talking to a Gambian attorney, Salou Tao, who served on Get Along Street, because they've been highly educated, and you came back and you brought some land. Can offer programs that help returnees understand. This could include requirements that promote cultural immersions, as well as those that make contributions to the community. So it's a gradual process, is that you're creating spaces, you're having teachable moments, and that you're sharing your knowledge, skills, and abilities in that country or in that.
I'm going to cut that, and I'm going to do this, and then I've got one other thing, and then I'm going to drop the link, all right? So what we're going to do this. Now, this is worth listening to. This is a great YouTube channel called Life with the Kings, fair use. And it's a family from the UK, from my part of South London. They've gone to Ghana and they've been building a house. He's, him and his wife, and they've got, looks like they've got a whole tribe of kids now. I think they've had some more, right? But for the last few years, they've basically been building a house. I think they've decided to sell it now or something. But do listen to this, fair use. It's only going to be a couple of minutes.
But dreams, as beautiful as they are never without struggle. What lay before me was not simply a matter of acquiring land, but of navigating a world where cultures collide and expectations clash with reality. You see, in 2019, Ghana launched an initiative called the Year of Return, an invitation to the African diaspora to come home, to reconnect with their heritage. It was a powerful call filled with hope and promise. But the reality of the return was more complex than expected. I don't believe Ghana was fully prepared for the scale and the expectation of the diaspora's return. The infrastructure, the system, and even the cultural readiness were not entirely in place. What was meant to be a seamless reconnection instead revealed the challenges of integrating those who have been away for generations. The land process, the cultural differences, and the clash of expectations have all contributed to delays and frustrations that we continue to navigate today.
So what he said there, and this is a brother basically who loves Ghana. This is a brother who's taken his family to Ghana. This is a brother who bought land off a chief. This is a brother who basically didn't go to Accra to buy an apartment, which is what I've been covering on this channel. But this is a brother who decided to buy a bit of land and build a house with his wife and his kids, in the middle of nowhere. So all power to him. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question for the camera. So the farmers, the land doesn't belong to them. They have to seek permission from the chief, correct?
Yes. Listen to me, please. I'm coming from somewhere to somewhere. The whole land belongs to the chief. Before you farm, you see the chief.
You speed this up a little bit.
You understand? Before you farm, you see the chief. Before the chief will give you land, go and farm. Even every year you have the festival. That festival, if you are farming yam, you are farming orange, you are farming plantain, you take part of that product you are farming to the chief. To be part of the ceremony.
I understand.
That's what you have for the chief. Chief, I don't have anything, but I have orange, I have yam, I have plantain, I have whatever I plant on your land.
So the reason why I'm playing this is to get you guys to understand that it's really important, right? If you're going to go to any country, the idea really is to understand the culture and customs, and if you don't like it, why go? Stay at home. Stay at home. You can't go to somebody else's country and not want to immerse yourself in the culture and customs of that country. That doesn't make any sense. It's as simple as that. And you have to respect it and get into it and value it. And if you're not going to do that, why go? There's no point in going.
To give into farm.
Okay.
So the land belongs to the chief. So today, if the chief comes out and say, I've sold this orange farm or this plantain farm or this cassava farm
Or this land.
to somebody, you have no choice. Maybe he will locate you again.
Okay.
He will relocate you
To another place.
to another place. I've sold here because the town is what? Developing.
Okay.
So we are moving forward. So go back. I'll give you this land to develop, but I'll compensate you something for the cost of your land. So take this amount of money for the spending that you have spent.
And I want to make it clear as well. It's not all the land in Ghana that's what's the word? That's managed by the chief's office. Some land is owned by what they call is it TDC? Some land is government land, and you can go and buy it directly from them, and you don't need to go through the chief. If I've got that correct, all right. So you can go to the Lands Commission if I've got that right. Correct me if I've got it wrong. And you could buy land from them directly, or you can not land. Is it Lands Commission or the TDs? Anyway, you can go to a government office and buy land. All right.
And on your land and what you have found on the land. So take this one. For example, like this cassava farm like this. Please, have you understand me?
I understand.
That's how it is.
So in terms of the festival, so when these people come down and they build their house, when the festival comes around, do they have to contribute to the chief, to the festival?
Yes. If you are in a town, your chief who gave you your land, you have to give him maximum respect.
So you bring an envelope.
Yes. If you're not festival, if chief invites you that you have a funeral,
listen,
birthday, adoring, whatever the chief, if only he have invited you, you have to do something. If you are my brother or my friend and you invite me for your chief anything, but if the chief invite you somewhere,
Yeah.
if it is okay, if the chief doesn't invite you, don't do anything. You go away, you don't go away. But if he just invite you,
But for festival there,
you say your name is Paul. Thank you. Kwame is a Ghana name.
Yeah, so that's
Thank you. So you say Paul. So Paul, I have an adoring. My wife born. I invite you.
Basically, what he's talking about is basically paying respect to the chief, right? What he's going to go on to say is that that doesn't necessarily have to be financial respect. It can be just being there, right? Just basically just with your presence, right? Just showing respect that you're in the area, but what you don't come to an event in the area. It's not showing community. What's the word? Community respect, if you like, for want of a better phrase.
I give you envelope like this. Take it. Yeah. I have adoring this weekend, or I'll give you so and so dates. This date I have an adoring or wedding, or festival, whatever funeral, whatever program it is. I've invited you.
So what's in the envelope?
Money now. No.
So they know.
No, that one
Listen.
I invited you.
Yeah.
If you can, whether you have money, you don't have money. That one I'm bringing 1,000%.
You hear that? He said, "I've invited you, so you can't not turn up." It's not about money. I've invited you. Just come with your presence. Just come and break bread. Come and break bread. That's what he's saying.
Your presence at the program.
Your presence.
Even your presence at the program
Is
is
enough.
enough.
Okay. But if you can, you get.
I can.
Your presence at the program is enough. It's really important to understand culture and custom. When if you're going to plan on settling in another country, when you go to Ghana, it's not everyone that's going to go and build a house in the countryside. It's not my thing. I just want to go and really live in Accra, right, and enjoy that. I'm not necessarily going to go and build a house in the country, right? But if you're going to do that in the country, then there's certain things, it's your choice to live there. So you have to abide by the culture and the customs of where you're going to go and live. That's the point I'm making. And you should really go out of your way to understand it. If we come to the UK and we as Caribbean people go out of our way to understand how the English live in England, right? Then why shouldn't we do the same when we go to Ghana, when we go to Kenya, when we go to Zimbabwe? We should do the same. We should do exactly the same.
I don't know whether you have money or you don't have. Whether you can put money in the envelope or you can come and support me for my adoring or my festival. I don't know. But at least you are a human being.
When they invite you, you have to.
I invite you. You come.
It's called paying respect. I've invited you. You come. It's not. I don't need your money. Your presence, and that's a good thing. That's called community.
If you come and you just sit, self, I give you the respect that as I invited you, you have come. That's what
Yeah, you just come and you sit. Brilliant. It's a different culture. You just come, you know, the chief sees you there. You know, that's how they do what they do. You just come and sit for 5 hours.
It's a maximum respect. I understand. When you understand me, just bring something.
Did you hear
Because
that?
you don't know somebody's problem.
Maximum respect.
You don't know somebody's problem. You understand me?
In the Western world, time
What he did there, he just explained cultural practice. Simple as that. 5 minutes, he just explained cultural practice. Really important. And if you listen, if we're going to go to another country and we cannot be bothered or not interested in learning the cultural practices of somewhere else where we're going, why go? Why go? There's no point in going.
moves fast.
This is not to say that their cultural practice is perfect. And what I like to say is if cultural practice gets in the way of development, right? In other words, if cultural practice is not fit for purpose, it should really be thrown in the bin. That's just my personal opinion, right? But nonetheless, if you're going to go to somebody else's country, right, respect their cultural practice.
It is a rat race rushing forward relentlessly with deadlines and goals that demand immediate action. And many of my brothers and sisters from the diaspora arrived here with that very same mindset. The mindset that progress is marked by speed, that results should come quickly, and that the land they brought would easily be theirs to embrace and cultivate as their own without obstacle. But here in Ghana, the land speaks a different language. It whispers of patience, of rhythms that are unhurried yet purposeful, moving with the wisdom of time. Land in Ghana is not merely a commodity, it is part of identity, an inheritance cultivated and nurtured by the hands of farmers whose ancestors have lived and died upon this soil.
And that's all very romantic. It's the rose, you know, you could put it in the bracket of looking at Ghana through rose-tinted glasses. I don't doubt him. It sounds great. And I think what he's saying is absolutely correct. Yeah, but I could see how people could see what he just said as being basically just being romanticism.
To them, the land is life itself and cannot simply be brought and taken without regard for its history, value, or its true people. Even now, 2 years since I purchased this land, the farmers still working, tilling the fields, planting their seeds. They have not seen the boundaries marked by walls or fences. They have not seen the clear lines that say, this is where it ends for you and begins for another. And so they remain cultivating as they...
Yeah. Anyway, right, it's just that one bit about cultural practice that I thought was needed to be heard. Right, that one little bit about cultural practice. Last film, I'm going to drop the link. This is about Ibrahim Traoré. This is where we're going. This is where I think for me the direction that the African continent needs to go in. Okay.
In a moment that captivated both the audience and
this is the New Africa channel, great channel.
President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana acknowledged the overwhelming reception given to Burkina Faso's military leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, during his inauguration on January 7, 2025. As Traoré was introduced at Accra's Black Star Square, the crowd erupted in applause, underscoring the deep admiration and respect he commands among Ghanaians.
Well, I think I want to express my appreciation to my younger brother. And you can also see how popular Mr. President is in Ghana. When he was introduced at the Black Star Square, he got the biggest applause.
The inauguration ceremony was attended by numerous dignitaries, including 21 African heads of state. However, it was Traoré's appearance that truly electrified the crowd. As he approached the stage to congratulate President Mahama, the audience's cheers were deafening, reflecting the profound connection between the two nations.
The head of state of the strong people of Burkina.
Now, you see the men I don't know who these men are, but I'm more going on and I really don't know who these guys are. I'm more going on the looks on their faces. You see, and I'm not saying, I don't know who these guys are. I really don't. So don't have a go at me necessarily with what I'm about to say. When corrupt men stand in the face of incorruption, right, they get worried. when corrupt men stand in the face of incorruption, they get worried. I don't know who these guys are. I'm just going off the expressions on their faces. They might be some of the most, some of the most sound guys on planet Earth, but I'm still going on the looks on their faces, right? But anyway.
Burkina Faso. His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traore.
Listen, that's the crowd. That's the crowd, man. That's the crowd. Let me speed this up a little bit. Actually, where are we? Yeah, there they are. Look, check them out, man. Check them out. Burkina Faso. Let me speed this up just a little bit. Move it on a bit. Let me move this on a bit.
Members and women of integrity.
Right, that's the man there. So he's meeting a new president in Ghana. I think it's an event to celebrate, his inauguration.
We have His Excellency Brigadier General Bryce.
Brilliant.
Protector of Gabon.
Let's move it on.
Recognizing the significance of this moment, President Mahama remarked, "You can also see how popular Mr. President is in Ghana. When he was introduced at the Black Star Square, it got the biggest applause." This statement not only highlighted...
I don't want to say this. For those of you that don't know, right, the border between Burkina Faso and Ghana was put there by the Europeans. You've got people that speak Tree across the border in Burkina Faso. You've got Burkinabes that speak Tree. Basically, they're the same people. The people in Burkina Faso are the same people as Ghanaians. The border between the two is a nonsense border put there by the Europeans. Right, it's one and the same people, right? One and the same people. Burkinabes are one and the same people as Ghanaians. And so can you imagine, right? You got the old Ghanaian leader sitting down there with the Americans talking complete rubbish against his own people in Burkina Faso. A joke. And this is why it's good to see that, the new Ghanaian leader invite the young Ibrahim Traore to the inauguration celebration. Brilliant. Simply saying, no, we are one people. We are one people, and you are an inspiration to Ghanaians, young and old. Very important point. Because of this man here, or at least a lot of African leaders have been emboldened to get rid of America, to get rid of France, not just Francophone countries, but, to get rid of England, to get rid of foreign rule, to get rid of, neo-colonialism. Very important. And honestly, in my opinion, the main issue that's been undermining governments on the African continent, that's run right through this live that I've been doing, has been the undermining nature, in my personal opinion, of foreign powers on African soil. If you've been studying the moves of Burkina Faso since Ibrahim Traore's taken over, he's gone out of his way to even though he suffered a whole heap of coup attempts, he's gone out of his way to create systems that work. And that has emboldened other African leaders to do the same thing. That is the truth. You still got some people, some leaders who basically are corrupt, and trust me, they are going to die corrupt. Nigerian head of state, corrupt, in my opinion. Ruto, corrupt, in my opinion, and there's others. But the seat of black self-respect, in my opinion, I said that before, the seat of black self-respect lies in men like this, Ibrahim Traoré. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Traoré's popularity, but also emphasized the strong bond between Ghana and Burkina Faso. The warm reception and Mahama's acknowledgement signal a commitment to strengthening the relationship between the two countries. International relations expert Dr. Vladimir Ntridanso noted that Traoré's presence at the inauguration underscores the importance of fostering cooperation and mutual respect in the region. Both nations share a history of resilience and a commitment to democratic values. The mutual respect between their leaders.
Right, look, I'm going to drop the link for a bit. And yeah, man, shout out brother Traoré. I keep pronouncing the brother's name incorrectly, man. I keep pronouncing the brother's name incorrectly. Do forgive us for that. You know, I can't roll my, you got to, I think you got to roll your R. I can't do it. You know what I mean? I cannot do it. Whoops. Let me do that. Right, now listen, if you want to come up for a bit, do feel free to hit the link and I will bring you in. I'll have to check your, if you want to come on, if you want to show, then I'll have to check. If you want to show your face, if you want to be on camera, I just got to have a look to see what your background is, just to make sure that it's, it's safe to bring you up. If you want to have a little chat about any aspect of this, do feel free, right? But you'll have to flash your camera if you want to go on. Other than that, if you want to be just an avatar, that's fine as well. So to round off what I'm saying anyway, right? The point, or at least the main question here, right? Going back to the thumbnail, Ghana 2025, is Ghana the place for Black American and Black British men? Is it a place where we should be, can be, should want to invest, should want to live, should want to sow our lives into? Is it worth doing? All of those questions, in my opinion, yes. Not just Ghana, but Kenya, Togo, Nigeria, right? Zimbabwe, South Africa. The answer is yes, 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 yes. And that's with the knowledge that systems in the West are more stable. All of that is true. Right, all of that is true. But for me, my personal opinion, right, what I want to do with the rest of my life, okay, is to add to things that are going to benefit my people being the majority of my people on the African continent. That's where I see, that's where I see the majority of my people living. Right, I've got in terms of as in African people, yeah. If we hadn't have been so seriously discriminated against by European powers for the last, 400, 500, 600 years, then I wouldn't have the drive to go and help to build up the African continent. I just wouldn't have that drive. Yeah. But because of all that's been done by foreigners to the African continent, that is where my personal drive comes from. And, life has got to, for me anyway, life has got to mean, well, I suppose for all of us really, life has got to mean something for you. I say what I say with this understanding. If for you find meaning in the West, do you? Seriously, right? If you find meaning in the West, go wherever you find meaning, go wherever you are appreciated. I'm not going to say anything bad, go wherever you personally feel, self-actualized, all of that. You go there and you're not going to hear a bad word from me. But for me, for the rest of my life, that's going to be my focus. That's going to be my focus. Purpose. I've got a 19-year-old son. My 19-year-old son's at uni. What I want for him is to go somewhere where he's going to find a woman who wants to stay married for the rest of her life. And he's more likely to find that, in my personal opinion, on the African continent. Yeah. As my mom said to me, anyway, as my mom said to me, she's not giving me an inheritance for me to give it to someone just to go and, who's going to take it away. She's worked too hard for it. I've worked too hard for what I've got to give it to my son to then get divorced in England. No, I want the wealth to be passed down the generation. You're more likely to have generational wealth outside of the West if you're a black man. But anyway, look, I'm going to bring up this brother. But actually, before I bring you up, I'm assuming you just want to be an avatar. So I'm going to bring. Oh, right. Okay. So, let's bring up the brother. All right. Lovely. So let's bring you in. Okay. Let's. How do I do? Let's add you to the stream. Let's try and add you. Let's do that. Let's do this. Add you in. Well, I think I've got to close that down, haven't I? I think I've got to do that. And let's do this. God, I haven't done this for so long. Right, okay, there you go. Got you in. Right, okay. So we've got Zongo Native in. How you doing, sir? You good? You got to unmute at your end, I think.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. Yeah. Good to have you on. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think of any aspect of what we've been talking about?
Yeah, interesting show. Actually, I've been wanting you to add me on a little earlier because I was going to leave in an hour and a half time.
Yeah. I just had a lot I wanted to get through. I had a lot.
Yeah, you are. I agree.
But go for it, bro. What?
Yeah, that was really an interesting show. I was like, I really want to comment on a lot of like the on what O'Shea talked about he going to the African continent, and then a lot of challenges that he kind of experienced over there. I mean, some of it I personally believe is just based on hearsay. You can't just use just few anecdotal experience to characterize the entirety of a whole country. That's just totally nonsensical. You go to like most of these countries, there are well-established companies over there that are operating in the formal sector, and there are a lot of workers. Even you go to the government institutions also have workers over there. They deal with international organizations, so they are Africans from the continent. They are not lazy. If you go to like the universities. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, because I come from Ghana. I remember when I was in high school, 6 o'clock a.m. You got to get out of the dormitory.
So you were born and brought up in Ghana?
Yeah, born and brought up in Ghana for the majority part of my life. I just came.
Which part of Ghana were you born and brought up?
I was born in a city called Kufurijua, popularly called as Cove Town, in the eastern region part of Ghana.
Right. Okay.
An hour drive to Accra.
Got it. So just educate me a bit. Is when you say an hour drive to Accra, is that near Ada, or is that coming from a bit further up, like above Ebri, going up, or is that going out to Elmina? Which bit?
Heading north, Ebri. From Ebri, you head into Cove Town. Yes.
Got it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm with you now. I'm with you. So what specifically what issue did you specifically have? And again, we're having this conversation, as brothers in love. Yeah. What we're doing here, we're disagreeing without becoming disagreeable. That's what we're doing. But anyway, go on, brother. Which bit of what O'Shea was doing did you specifically take issue with? And I'm glad you come up because you are Ghanaian as well. So you've got, you've got a right to speak.
No, I tend to be a little bit very objective because I mean, even though I grew up in Ghana for the most part of my life, I mean, I studied in Cyprus. I stayed there for 4 years, and currently I'm in the U.S. now. So I also went to college over here. So I understand a little bit of American culture. I mean, not too much, but at least I'm learning. I know a little bit of it, right? And then I mean, and also the Ghanaian society as well. So like when I do hear some of these foreigners, just when they have like I mean petty their experience, and they tend to generalize a lot of these experiences, because I mean just like in America or everywhere, there's always going to be bad people everywhere. You just got to do your own due diligence when conducting business to just avoid being scammed. Other than that, if you meet the right people, you'll be able to live in Ghana and not face any kind of challenges. Even me myself, I'm from Ghana, but I'm no stupid to just get up and go to Accra and just trust anybody in Ghana. Even me myself, I'm from Ghana, buying a land or getting a free land. I'm no dumb to take a free land because it comes with a lot of complications.
I think let me ask you this question because one of the issues that O'Shea had was around the year of return, right? And and the whole thing about inviting. There's another video that I haven't played yet about Umar Johnson getting citizenship and him promoting the year of return as well, and him basically calling Umar a scammer. And but the bottom line is,
I mean, the scammer issue is about.
Yeah, but
issues
we'll
in
come,
America, not in the.
Yeah, we'll come to that. But it's just the whole thing about the Ghanaian government or the outgoing Ghanaian government having what on the surface looks like a great idea, year of return, but not providing. I'm paraphrasing O'Shea, but not providing any. And you heard the brother on his YouTube channel, Life with the Kings, say something similar as well. Not providing, if you like, anything afterwards to if you like smooth that way, because it's one thing to have a year of return, but systems, if you like, a package, if we use the word package, if you like, there's certain things that can or should or could be done to actually make the year of return a reality for people who actually want to return to Ghana. So what do you think of that point? Because that was a very specific point that O'Shea was making. And again, as I said, that, Life with the Kings, they are there, they've scratched out and literally built a house in the middle of nowhere, worked. You saw the video. Right, go and check out the channel. So, but what do you think? What's your view on that?
I mean, it's just it was the first initiative. I mean, let's just put everything aside, right? If you start something new, it's your first time. There's always going to be challenges, right? Going to be mistakes. You're going to highlight those mistakes and try to like find solutions to those problems, right? From my knowledge, from what I've seen on the Ghanaian media platform, they do have what they call the Office of the Diaspora Affairs. That was dedicated for mostly the diasporans. I think the office, if I'm not mistaken, is either within the presidency or within the foreign ministry. So they have an office dedicated for them, and there's a whole like African American community over there that will be able to assist. So I don't really understand when they say. I mean, I think a lot of the times, I don't know. Some of this information might be old news because I mean, currently they do have like the Office of the Diaspora Affairs, and that's how like most African Americans were able to have like their citizenship because they went through like the due process. They had once they arrive over there, they met the African American community over there. They socialized. They met them. Most African Americans were able to buy land. Some were able to even have restaurants. They do have their own small network over there. So the areas, it's just you gotta also understand the African Americans coming. They all do not come from the same class group. Some come from different states, different community. They have different orientation. Some have different, different income bracket. So once they get there, they're not gonna have the same experience. You know, some might go if you have like good income, and if you plan properly, you wouldn't be facing those kind of challenges. You know, because I've personally interacted with uh, um, some African Americans that went there, got married, and they were expecting Ghanaian government to give them loans or social social programs that do exist in Western societies. I'm like, damn, like most Ghanaians don't get out those kind of assistance. They don't have no freaking credit cards. Like this is not America, you know. Like it doesn't work that way. So I think these are like some. I don't want to generalize. It's just someone that I did communicated with. Then he was just sharing his own personal experience, and I was telling him like, how can you leave America and put yourself in that kind of situation in Ghana? Like, I mean, you just wouldn't want to do that. You have to be in a better financial position to be able to like to relocate. You know, allow.
So go ahead, finish off.
I was gonna say, like, you know, if you were in a better financial position, like do a little research about Ghana, where you wanted to stay, or you plan about your visit. Take a trip first. If you like the people, you have your own network rather just meeting people on YouTube. A lot of them wouldn't be having those kind of challenges, you know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think half the problem is expectation. I think the expectation for Caribbeans, the expectation for African Americans, if you like, is similar when it comes to Africa or going back to Africa, you know, possibly for the first time.
But I'll add one thing though. Even before I even traveled, coming to the US or Cyprus, I actually meet a lot of Caribbeans, particularly from Jamaicans and even from my region where I was coming from. I mean, and they were even there way before like the year of return, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
They never complain because I think the society is pretty much similar to
it is
to Ghana, right? So they're not going to complain.
I mean, I'll be honest, right? I was shocked.
Society, yeah.
I was shocked how similar Jamaica is to Ghana. I was just shocked. I was just shocked that, you know, I mean, I didn't know what I was expecting. I mean, obviously they don't speak tree in Jamaica, but having said that, some of the words are the same, you know, because I took tree lessons. Me and the wife took tree lessons, and some of the words, and I'm not very good at learning languages, but some of the words are just, you know, you're just not hearing anything that you understand, and then suddenly you hear a word, you think that's Jamaican, you know. So it's and growing up in the Jamaican household, what I found interesting was not even Jamaica. I mean, it's probably different now, but then not even Jamaicans knew that a lot of these words that we speak as Jamaicans, a lot of us don't even know that they're Ghanaian or Nigerian. We just don't know. In fact, you just think it's broken English or just nonsense words. But you know, but it's the words mean something. So I found that interesting. But what I was gonna ask you was, I'll come back to that point of expectation. You see, here's the issue. I'll give you an example of what I mean. I started going to a Ghanaian church in London, right? When my mom left her old church, that's the church that I grew up in, started coming to this Ghanaian church. And when I say Ghanaian church, they had a Ghanaian pastor, and you know, most of the congregation were Ghanaian. Oh, they had Nigerians, people from all over the black world, basically all over Africa. You know, everybody was going to this. It's a good church, family church, all of that sort of stuff. But I left that church, started going somewhere else. Before my mum passed away, she said one or two things. She basically, for various reasons, she felt, I don't quite know why it was, but she felt to some small extent left out of certain things. I'd never really delved too deeply into it, but what I got from it was that, how can I put it into words? What I got from it was, one, maybe language. If you've got people speaking tree around you and you don't speak the language, then that's going to be that's a barrier. You know, if you And to be honest, it's not. It wasn't. It's not even dress. It's more language. So what? And my mom was.
Man, there's a lot of barriers. See, I would say even when I came to the US, I try to connect with the Guinean community, because you have to understand. Like, I don't come from the Ashanti or the Kan ethnic group, But where I stay,
what group are you? What group?
I mean, most of my ethnic group are mostly it's called like the Hausa slash. I'm mixed with like the Hausa and the another tribe called Tem. They are mostly close to like Togo.
Right.
I mean, a small part of us are in Ghana, and majority are in Togo, right? So we just like a tiny of us just fall within the the borderline of Ghana, right? So. And where I stayed in Cove Town, I mean, the majority dominant language is Tree. So obviously, you're going to speak Tree when you go out, but at home, you speak Hausa and then the other cultural language. So that's how I learned. I learned like 3 languages, not just only Tree, because Tree was like the dominant one, pretty much. In my area. So I don't think all Guineans are like that, but I think the Akans or the Asantis are the majority, and they're the ones who used to be in power, so they tend to travel. So the understanding of Ghana mostly stem from them, but there are Ghanaians from other ethnic groups that behave differently as well. But generally, people tend to generalize all Ghana. I mean, or most Africans in general. But then once you live in the society, you're gonna see the different layers within the society, rather than just looking things from racial angle. And this is not to say that coming from a different ethnic group, it means you being tribal. You just recognize your diversity, but then you're united.
Absolutely.
And that's why even in one of your commentary, you were saying like most people are very like tribal, and I was trying to argue that that's not true. I mean, I would say because I think you were just trying to like compare Nigerians. I think Nigerians are more tribal compared to Ghana, because if you look at election results over the years, you can clearly say is that most Ghanaians do not really some vote on tribal lines, but there's a lot of Ghanaians who are floating voters. They don't give a damn about whether this party. They just decide on. They swing like me particularly. I'm not stuck to a political party. I just vote based on I think.
Okay. So what you're saying on that point, are you specific? Because I've spoken to Ghanaians that have told me. So I want to get your point on this. I've spoken to Ghanaians in Ghana and Nigeria, to be honest, who have just said that they vote tribally, and that's what happens in Ghana. But what you're saying to me is that that's not the case.
I mean, a lot of people are going to say that, right? But sometimes because now we're all we live in most of us are kind of a little educated, right? So we just don't generalize our statements. Sometimes you got to look at the stats to make analysis and to kind of have inferences from this. If you look at election results, even the president of the country who just won, right? He come from a town called Damongo. What is the population of that of his ethnic group?
Of whose ethnic group?
Yeah, I mean he's from the Gonja ethnic group. If you compare his ethnic group relative
who are we talking about?
The current the elected president is called
okay, I'm not sure.
John Dramani, he's a Gonja, he's from the Gonja ethnic group.
Right.
Yeah. And if you compare the percent, the total population of its ethnic group in relation to the entirety of Ghanaian population, it's not even close. So, and if you look at the 16 regions in Ghana, the voting patterns changes over the time. I mean, NDC have stronghold. Every all the political parties have certain strongholds, but in Accra they don't have they vote for. In Accra, for instance, in the last 4 years, they voted for the ousted president, right? And this year, last year when they voted for the incumbent president. So if you look at the data, you can tell clearly people do not really vote along tribal. And Accra is a more a cosmopolitan city because people come from different areas.
Yeah, no, I think you made a good point there. Because the incoming president obviously got more votes. That's a basic point, isn't it? And that obviously a different political party. So,
exactly.
So that's a good point. But I just want to go back to one thing, and then I want to play this video and get your views on this video, right? So you see, this is really important for me. And I'm saying this to everyone that's going to watch this video on the replay, everybody that's listening to this now. Whatever country you want to go to, make an effort to learn the language or a language of that country. It's a lot easier to understand what is going on around you if you can speak the language of that country. Exactly. It's really important.
And
What would you say?
I wanted to add one thing. Even like the video that you played, like this guy in your comments, like his name is St. James. He's from Burkina Faso. He can join the stream if you want to.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So
his president. Yeah, his president is from the Mosi ethnic group. That's a quite number of like Mosi people in Ghana. Even when he came to Ghana, he saw a lot of like the Burkinabés living in Ghana. Like a lot, like they say, a lot of them have even integrated into the. This is not to say they're free. I mean, they are also part of Ghana. Like if you go to northern Ghana, a lot of Mosi people, some part of it are in Ghana. Other part of their communities are also in Burkina Faso. Even the Speaker of Parliament, the one who was talking, his tribe, part of it is in Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire. And he's the whole Speaker of Parliament, the one who was talking, calling the dignitaries. Can you believe that?
So you said this brother in the chat, St. James, is a Burkinabe.
Yeah, he's from Burkina.
Yeah, hey, listen, St. James, if you want to join, if you want to come up, bruv, hit the link. In fact, I'll put the link in the. It's at the top of the stream. I'll do it again. I'll put the link in the chat again. And if you want to come up, do feel free. Adangbi, good to see you, bruv. Good to see you aboard. So anyone who wants to hit that link and come up, do feel free. Yeah. And so what I want to do, I want to play this. This is the video that I told you about. This is the Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar Johnson, and this is our brother O'Shea Duke Jackson making a video about Umar Johnson getting Ghanaian citizenship, and Tariq really just saying, effectively saying, basically
let me make this comment. So I want to say which areas in Ghana is good. I mean, if you want to buy land, I mean, for me personally,
yep.
Because I don't really come from Accra. Even me, born and raised in Ghana, been in Accra a couple of times. A lot of people in Accra are very savvy, very cunning people. You gotta like be careful. So I wouldn't just trust anybody. Just just follow the due process. If anybody trying to hasten you to buy land, there's a question mark. I'll even advise go areas that is not really populated outside of Accra. Go to Eastern region, go to like those kind of areas. Outside of Accra, a breeze in Eastern region, you don't see a lot of there isn't a lot of influx of population of people from different areas. Because once you tend to have influx from different groups and the city is populated, there's a lot of struggle. That's how people start scamming just to make a living.
I would always say use a solicitor. What would you say? I would always say use a really good land conveyancer. I've got a solicitor that works in London, and they've got offices in Accra. What would you say?
Yeah. Include a lawyer. But it wouldn't cost you to hire a lawyer to help you, to aid you in the whole process.
Yep.
Yeah, include a lawyer. If you come from the West, if someone pay $1,000 to this, that's that's not like either like £50 or probably $60. Come on, that's easy. You can pay for that. Come on,
absolutely. Okay. I'm going to play this video. I want to get your view on this. Right, so fair use. Here we go.
It's 2025, and a lot of African countries are looking for African Americans to come in to invest. And one of those countries is Ghana. And they started something around 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. It was called the Year of Return. And the Year of Return was to invite the African diaspora to come back to the motherland. And this was a great marketing strategy. A lot of African Americans, or what we would now consider hashtag FBA, felt that this was a call for them.
And I just want to say, obviously, he's making comment on African Americans, but the year of return was for all black people living in what white people call the diaspora. Just want to make that clear.
To actually be free in their land of where maybe some of their ancestors came from. But unfortunately, it was a disaster for many who went. A lot of African Americans found.
So I want to hear that right. Whether or not he just said it was a disaster, because I don't think it was a disaster. But let's. I don't want to misquote.
It was a disaster for many who went. A lot of African Americans.
It was a disaster for many who went. I'm going to be really honest, right? I've not heard one person who went to Ghana during that period that said it was a disaster. I personally haven't. I'm not saying people haven't said it.
I mean, some did had issues, right?
Okay,
but that's not.
What issues were they?
I mean, some when they wanted to, settle over there, they wanted to buy land, bridge fund properties, and they had issues when securing the land document of the property that it purchased, because like they bought it from just anyone, and they told you, oh, don't worry, because in Ghana, if someone trying to tell you avoid following due process,
exactly,
oh, don't worry, you don't have to worry, but I can help you. Okay.
And that's so you see, this is my thing, right?
Even my elder brother,
but where in America, where in Europe would you just go and give over 50,000 USD or 200,000 pounds to just some random person? No one would do that. So why would you go to Africa and do that? That makes no sense.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. So when someone says
my elder brother, someone took the passport of my older brother that he was going to help him to get a visa. And he just took his passport and he just ran away with it. That's even between Ghanaians themselves.
I mean, you know what? You deserve that. If you're going to give your passport to someone, right, you deserve to have it stolen. You deserve it, because what would you do that in your country? That makes no sense. There's a woman who's got a YouTube channel who bought some land in Ghana, and she's experienced her whole YouTube channel is about her journey and basically misadventures of her buying land and this, that, and the other in Ghana. But then she didn't use a solicitor. It was a mess. The way that she went about doing it was ridiculous. But I
think generally, right? You from the UK, I live in America. I mean, you do meet Ghanaians over there. They do go back to Ghana and back and forth, right? They do have family. They have relatives over there. I mean, the first point is to establish connection with those Ghanaians in those areas. Once you get there, I think they can be able to assist. I mean, especially the ones that you trust, right? Rather than just going and meet just a random person like in Ghana. Unless otherwise, you have to really stay in that society. You have to take your time. Don't be in a rush. Take your time. Live there. Establish. Know people that you can trust.
That's common sense.
Especially if you come from UK, US, people look at you as they want something from you too, Like, if they help you, they want you to give you a tip. Oh, this from the UK is going to help me.
Listen, if I go to Jamaica, right? If I go to Jamaica to where to where we still have land, it's family land. If I go there, right, to that little bit of St. Catherine, Spanish town, it's a little place outside. If I go there, right, my own cousins are going to see me as a money bag, because they're poor. and you see, so this whole thing about using your common sense, right? Pete, and don't get me wrong, I get the rose-tinted glasses, but the quicker black people living in America, black people living in the UK, black people living outside of the African continent stamp on the rose-tinted glasses and start using something called common sense, the same common sense they would hopefully use in their own, where they, their own bit of the West, and bring that to the African continent. At that point, right, they start being useful not only to Africans and the African continent, they start being useful to themselves.
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's just, come on. And don't get me wrong, right? We grew up in the UK, right, as Black people, right, looking at the African continent as the motherland, as, all of that rose-tinted stuff. I totally get it. Forget what the Western media had completely negative, the BBC, ITV, completely negative towards, negative images of the African continent. But then, as a Jamaican, the view of Africa as the motherland and all the rest of it coming down through Rastafari and all, even though I'm not a Rasta, but that filters, that's still part of Jamaican culture, right? So
very heavy in Ghana too.
And then through African American hip hop or FBA hip hop and all the rest of it, the native tongues things of the Tribe Called Quest, the Jungle Brothers, and all the rest of that sort of stuff, late 80s. But De La Soul and all of that. But the bottom line is that whole rose tinted glasses stuff is not helpful. So the quicker we can get rid of that and start being, as O'Shea said, more pragmatic, more living in the real world and all that. That is where I agree with O'Shea. If we're going to be helpful, if we're going to build Africa, then we've got to see Africa for the way it is today so that we can plan for tomorrow. That's how it's done. It's not done by looking at Africa through rose-tinted glass. That's nonsense. If you're going to create a business in England or in America, right, you've got to do a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That's what you've got to do.
And I wanted to say one thing, right? Because a lot of them, some African Americans have argued that they come from Western society, because a lot of them, they complain because when you go to a place like Ghana, a developing society, of course, like in terms of standard, it's not the same. The way Ghanaian might want to leave, they can really kind of like put themselves below that level to leave. It's not gonna work because they come from a different society, they were raised different, they have different orientation, which is totally understandable. But the point I'm trying to make is that even in these countries, including Ghana, you do see even American companies, because I studied petroleum engineering, and even before I came to the US, I was looking for jobs. Even I went to some of these American companies, and you see a lot of white people over there. Like they actually they know how to maneuver in those systems, and the blacks, they just want to complain. I think some of the ones complaining, they are not like people who look for opportunities to start something. They are not entrepreneurs in their thinking. They are used to American systems, like being consumers, which is totally understandable. You don't have to be an entrepreneur if you want to. You don't really have to, right? But the ones who have business orientation, they really go and do great things. Because I know, I've seen African Americans that are real estate developers in Ghana. And they've built remarkable properties worth $1 million in Ghana, and almost all the properties was just bought.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, going back to what O'Shea was saying about it being dangerous to do so and all that, it's dangerous if you don't do your homework. Life is dangerous if you don't do your homework. It's that simple. But what I want to do, you're still there, good. What I want to do, I just want to play more of this video. So fair use.
Found life in Ghana to be very difficult. A lot of people got scammed. A lot of people lost their money. And there was not a lot of assistance from the Ghanaian government, who was asking them to come out and resettle. And that's interesting because there's another scammer that was also in America at the same time, failing to build a school. His name is Dr. Umar Johnson. And Dr. Umar Johnson is an interesting case.
I want to say this about Umar Johnson, right? The only person who has ever asked me in England, what do I think of Umar Johnson, was a woman. No one else has ever asked me. Now, for a man like this, I would have more respect for him. Number one, if he married one of his baby mamas, and number two, if he finished off building his school. You see, I am not impressed by charismatic speakers. I am not impressed by pastors in churches who are charismatic, and I'm a Christian. I am not impressed by Pan-Africanists who can stand up on a platform and pontificate. They're all the same to me. I'm not impressed by talkers. I'm impressed by people that complete stuff, that build stuff. That is so you spoke earlier on about African Americans that go to Ghana and build houses, that is what impresses me. Finishing stuff. Right. I am not impressed by a man who can simply, or woman who can simply talk for London, that could just talk. That is that's rubbish. Honestly, I'm not being funny, right? That is a con game. It's a con game.
And by the way, most of the retirees, African American retirees that go to Ghana, a lot of them do not complain because they have money that they still get from their retirement from the American government. Some have built like acres of farmlands, developing something. It's just the ones that,
listen, right? I want anyone who builds stuff and finishes it. That is what I'm interested in. It's as simple as that, man. I want to see what men build, what they do. I want to see the thing that they've done, what they've built. I'm not interested in what comes out of the words, pretty words that come out of people's mouth. That's rubbish. That's a waste of my time. Seriously, it winds me up. It annoys me.
Yeah,
but
Umar. I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean. I think generally, if you want to do something,
he's an intelligent guy, right? Umar is he's a doctor. He's a doctor, right? He's a qualified professional man. That's what he is. He's a brilliant speaker, but all of that is not relevant. None of that is relevant. Show me what you've built.
Yeah, the women like to listen to him because he appeals to them. Not just only that lady, but I have a friend of mine, the wife of a friend of mine, a Ghanaian friend of mine who's married to African American, and his wife like Umar Johnson too. I'm like, oh no, because he appeals a lot to them.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. But anyway.
Dr. Umar Johnson is the most unaccountable person on the internet. He still hasn't built his school. He still hasn't been accountable, and he's still lying. So then what is the relationship between Ghana and Dr. Umar Johnson? Well, now Dr. Umar Johnson has received citizenship. And that's very interesting because a country who's known for not doing things right with its money and mismanaging its economy, partnering up with Dr. Umar Johnson, who's known for doing the same, seems to be a match made in heaven. This has gotten the attention of Tariq Nasheed. As we know, Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar Johnson are not on the best terms. But again, it's not a whole lot of beef at this point. But Tariq Nasheed did realize that Dr. Umar Johnson got citizenship. He said this.
From my perspective, it looks like they're trying to get some money. This looks like a little money grab because from what I understand, Ghana is in debt to China. And China.
I don't know how true that is.
But what is wrong with getting money though? Like, what is wrong? We all come to Western societies, and I mean, for looking for economic opportunities. But even the American government understands that they also make money from us, because when we make the money, majority of the money is pushed back into the American economy through rent, expenditure on, accommodation.
What point are you making? Well, I'm not clear. What point are you making with what you just said?
He said money grab, like money. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times, I wouldn't want to limit that to just only Ghana, right? Most African societies would want to attract, Western blacks to come to their countries for tourism, boost the economy. Okay. What is wrong with that, actually?
Right. I might be wrong. O'Shea might explain it later on. I think he's saying that in relation to what he thinks was a lack of was a lack of what's a good way of saying it? Lack of strategy for how the year of return is going to be embedded, and I think that's based and the whole and just generally
there is man. They always
foreign dollars to come to Ghana. So in other words, I suppose, using Dr. Umar Johnson to basically say, come to Ghana, bring your dollars. I think that's basically what.
Not really, because a lot of people, but a lot of people came to Ghana even before Umar Johnson. Were far more popular than him.
Yes.
Michael Blackson, Ludacris, T.I. A lot of famous people came to Ghana in the year of return. Far more popular than Umar. Even Charlemagne bought a property in Ghana. He's not even complaining.
Yeah. I agree.
It's like shaking them pockets, like, hey, where's my bread? So there's like, hey, my FBA, come home to Mother Africa. It's like, okay.
Got him. He said, yeah, this seems like a money grab. And I believe that he's right. Remember, I live on the continent of Africa. There's been times where I've interacted with at least one African government and many travel agencies to do this quote unquote year of return to the continent or to the country that I'm in, which is Uganda. And so far, I've always said, no, I don't think that there needs to be a year of return of scams. But this is something that Dr. Umar Johnson does. Dr. Umar Johnson does sell tours going back to Africa.
And again, I think the year of return is a good idea. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier on. I just think there needs to be more joined up thinking about how it can, what it looks like a year after the year of return, 2 years after the year of return, or whether or not it's going to be done. What's the program around?
No. There's year of return, and after the year of return, there was beyond the return. I mean,
I remember. Yeah. I mean, and what that looks like going forward, that's the point.
Yeah, they've held seminars. I mean, because I'm from Ghana, I don't really show interest in stuff like that. So, because I'm not a returnee, I still have families members back home, so I just sometimes out of curiosity just listen to them. But they're actually, people that they do organize seminars, about this year of return in Ghana. There's a lot of live presentation about stuff like this on the internet about that.
And I want to make it clear, in my opinion, the year of return was great. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed being there. I didn't even know there was a year of return. We just went to Ghana in that year and learned when we were there. All right, it's a year of return. Interesting. So it just coincided. But I think all African countries need to be doing something similar and have a strategy.
No, I think Benin passed a law that if you are of the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, you can also have citizenship.
I heard about that. Yeah,
and also I think Sierra Leone too had the same thing.
And I want to make it clear what the reason why I'm doing this stream is to. Well, it's in the thumbnail, isn't it? Ghana 2025, is Ghana the place for Black American and Black British men? I want to make it clear. In my opinion, the answer is yes, it is. Not just Ghana, but the whole African continent. That's my basic point of view. I mean, it's not about perfection, and I did say in this stream as well, Kevin Samuels was the first person that I heard say it. We build it as we fly. Right. So sometimes that's the way it goes. It's not perfect, but sometimes that's the way it goes.
And the thing is that because Ghana might be having a tough time in its economy, well, a guy like Dr. Umar Johnson is an influencer. So Dr. Umar Johnson can direct African Americans or his base to either go resettle in Ghana or to visit Ghana, which adds up to a lot of money for the country of Ghana.
I'll be really honest. I prefer if it was someone other than Dr. Umar Johnson, but there you go.
But but honestly, if Umar can tell people to resettle, it kind of shows how shallow some of these people are.
Yeah,
you just follow what celebrities tell you to do. Really?
Yeah. True. Yeah, absolutely. Good point. Yeah.
To be fair, Tariq Nasheed is not against African Americans going to Africa.
And if y'all want to rock over there, hey, knock yourself out. And me, right now I'm focused on really getting our stuff together here. Yeah, we got some debts that's owed here, where we're getting everything solidified and structured here. And look, I'm down for trade. I love doing international business. That's why I don't mind people going over there. Go over there to Ghana and start setting up something where we can trade.
He says, hey, listen, if some of you...
And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Is Tariq backpedaling now? I mean, Tariq.
No. I don't think he's backpedaling. I think he's.
But
in his head,
he's a grip.
I want to make this point. I think in his head, I think it's a case of good fences create good neighbors. I think that's how he's seen it. So go ahead.
I think he's a grifter, just like Umar too.
I don't know. I wouldn't use the word grifter, but I would say. In fact, I want to make it clear. I think where I agree with him is, I'm going to be really honest with you. Where I agree with him, you see, I don't think it's right for Caribbean people, including Jamaicans, all the Caribbeans, and I am one of them, right? Or one might say, even though. Anyway, I don't agree that Caribbean people or Africans from the African continent, I don't think it's right to go to America, right? And when it's convenient, you're a Black American and you've got access to whatever benefits are available to Black Americans, but yet then when there's some accolade going, that you separate yourself and now you're from Jamaica or you're from Barbados or you're from Nigeria or Ghana. No. I don't think that's right. Or when there's an issue, no, we're actually Nigerian, we're not Black American. But when there's a benefit on the table, then we're all Black American. Right? I don't think that's right. No, I don't. And that specific point has been the issue that I've,
can they be both?
I say that. I want to make this clear. I say that, right? I say that, but I don't think it's a good idea to basically berate or slag off the group that you've got an issue with when they're other Africans like you.
Can they be both?
And that's why I think they've gone wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
Can they be both though? Can they be Black American, also like rep their country of origin too?
Sorry, say that again.
I said, can they be both? Can they claim like the Black Americans and also be like, if they're Ghanaians, maybe like a Ghanaian American to the same? Because you gotta look at a broader picture, right?
No, let's get your point. I want to get your point. Are you saying that if you are a Ghanaian born in America, right, then what? Well, is that the point you're making?
I'm saying it's generally Black Americans feel Black and you grow up with them. They view you as Black as one of them, right? No. Let's be really clear about this. This is the point that I agree with, right? If you are an American descendant of slaves, right? In other words, if your people were enslaved in West Africa or some part of Africa, you were taken in the bottom of a boat to America, right? There's a specific, America owes you. Well, I want to make that really, really clear. America owes you. And if that was not your experience, right? If you've just come from Ghana, from Nigeria, from some other part of Africa or the Caribbean, right? And you're going to go and get benefits for, as a Black person in America. In other words, right? As an African American, right? I don't think that's right. I think all of those benefits should be for Black Americans, for FBA, for African descendants of slaves, right? I think that's right because they've gone through a particular experience that they need to be. What's the word? No, I don't disagree.
Compensated for, right?
No, I don't disagree with you on that.
And that's a very, 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 very specific. And all of this has come from that basic main point. The issue that I do have is that it doesn't help when FBAs basically verbally slag off and berate other Black people.
Yeah, of course. In terms of the accolade, I was just speaking specifically in terms of the accolade that once they reach a certain level of accomplishment, whether politically or through their career, they tend to make their nationality known. And I'm saying there's really nothing wrong with that because you got to look at it from the more broader picture, right? That if someone was able to become the president and he said he was Black and of Ghanaian descent, that's nothing, because you're giving a hope to someone from Ghana or in Jamaica, an inspiration that you can be able to make it too. That's not
a good thing.
Because a lot of times before I came to the US, a lot of people, people from African origin, that I thought they were really just Black Americans. until I came here. Then I discovered, oh, so they are really these people? They are
It's
really
a
not.
good thing. It's a good
I didn't
thing.
know that.
It's a good thing to make your nationality known. I'm a Ghanaian, getting an accolade, all of that. Like,
But not in this priority context, but just to inspire your people.
No.
That
All of that is not the issue. That is a good thing. What I'm saying is when the college places are being given out to African Americans, right? When the in other words, when the benefits are being given out to African Americans, right? The issue is, are you going to go and take those college places, those benefits? I use the word benefits when yesterday you stood up on the podium and said, "I am a Jamaican." And do you understand what I'm saying here, right? Are you then, when the benefits are going, are you gonna be quiet about the fact that you said you're a Jamaican yesterday, and today I'm an African American? That is the issue, right? Now I've got two brothers living in America. My eldest brother lives in Miami, and the middle brother lives with his wife and kids. Although they're grown up now, they're in the army. Even his wife live in I don't know why they joined the American Army, but anyway, it's another conversation. They're living just outside Baltimore, Maryland, around
Baltimore,
that area,
on the East Coast.
And it was my eldest brother, right, who surprised me a little bit.
Hey, St. James, join the show, man. Join the show, St. James.
I can't remember the exact conversation, but my oldest brother, what did he say? I don't want to misquote him, but basically, he didn't have a lot of good things to say about African Americans, about foundational Black Americans, right? And I get that might be his experience, but I was just thinking, I was actually thinking this was before this FBA stuff came out, right?
Because for me,
I was actually, let me finish the point. I was actually thinking, it left me thinking, but that it just didn't sit right with me, I suppose, right? And I'm wondering now, when there's prizes, when there's stuff being given out, does he suddenly become African American? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right, and that's problematic. We have to admit, we have to get to a point where we admit that is problematic. It is problematic. It is.
I mean, for me, I came to college. I never stayed in a typical Black American community for that long. So I never had the bad experiences with them, right? But there's a lot of Africans that really stayed in their communities and they've shared their experiences. I mean, St. James is one of them. He's been here for far too long than I am. So he can be able to give you
man. I mean, it'd be good. St. James, it'd be good for you to come up. He writes in the chat, what are the benefits you are referring to? Let's bring the brother up. St. James, just flash your camera, bro. Unless you want to stay. Actually, if you flash your camera, if you can, just backstage. I won't bring you up like that. I just want to make sure. I just have to make sure because I've had it in the past. I've had. Are you out? Okay, you can chat. All right, you can. All right, I'll bring you up. So, and you do, St. James, you write, what are the benefits that you are referring to? I don't know what the exact benefits are, but what I'm saying is that has been the...
I'm still on the show, but I'll be back real quick. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that, St. James, that has been the thing that foundational Black Americans have said repeatedly, that, you know what? When the benefits are going, all of a sudden you're African American and you're no longer Jamaican, And the issue there is that you've got issues that foundational Black Americans that have say that they have, and those handouts, benefits, whatever that their government is giving should go to them. Because those are the ones that were enslaved, brought to the Americans, whipped and beaten, forced to pick cotton or whatever it is they did in America, and all the rest of it. So any benefits being given to those that used to identify as African Americans should go to that group, not Jamaicans, not Caribbeans, not Ghanaians, not Nigerians, not any other African living in America that was not brought there as a slave. And honestly, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. What say you? St. James, you're going to have to unmute, bro. You're going to have to unmute. There you
Thanks for having me. Can you let Zongo speak for the time being? Give me just five minutes.
Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. Zongo.
Can you repeat the question again? Because I was
Yeah. So you and I have just been talking about. I just wanted to get St. James's take on it, but I think he's parking his car. It's just the whole thing, and I don't want to stay on this point. I just want to get through the video as well. It's just the whole thing, really, about African Americans, or those that now identify as FBA, Foundational Black American. Their main point was the foreign blacks that have just recently come to America, or who haven't had the Middle Passage experience, thinking, feeling, seeing that these other black groups see themselves as African American only when it's beneficial financially for them, and at all other times they are Ghanaian, Nigerian, Jamaican, Bayesian, from Trinidad. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm ready now. I'm ready to go.
That is their central issue with other black groups in America.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. And I've got to be honest, frankly, I agree with the point.
So for the sake of the
in other words, right, if you're going to be African American, you be African American. This is the point. If you're either with us or you're not.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you can't celebrate who you are. That's not what's being said here.
But St. James, before you go, I just want to make a statement, right? But I mean, a lot of us are just looking between us and them without looking at the broader picture, that the ones who are in control of the power structure in America, they are the one dictating the rules, right? The whites are the ones who, design all these systems, right? Because if Africans are having access to the system, it's not like Africans have the authority to do that, or like the Caribbeans have the authority to do that. It's someone that is giving them free access into the system, right? So we gotta look at it in more greater detail. So if they have cooperated with foreign blacks, they have to even table that issue to the government to kind of show some kind of distinction or clarity. But the politicians, they're not gonna go that route because they benefit the votes of foreigners, not just black people in general, but everybody. So St. James, go ahead.
Thanks for having me on the platform, man. So I'm trying to understand the way you pose the issues, so I can address it very well.
Yeah, I'll say it again. So from what I've heard, okay, just this point, and then we'll move on with the video. But from what I've heard, right, it seems to me that this one of the central issues that foundational Black Americans have in America when it comes to other black groups is this thing whereby these other black groups, and I'll put Jamaicans in there, which is my heritage, if you like, and all other black groups are quite happy to big up, I use that phrase, big up, Jamaican phrase, to big up their own black group when there's an accolade to be had. In other words, it could be any accolade, right? When there's an accolade to be had. In other words, when the going is good, right? We are Jamaican, we are Nigerian, which is fine if you're going to keep that energy. Does that make sense? Absolutely fine if you're going to keep that energy. And when if you like, I use the phrase handouts or benefits, this is just what I've heard them saying, are being given out, distributed, whatever it might be, all of a sudden, these other groups are now African American, right? Can you see the issue there? The issue there is... Let me finish off.
Okay.
I want to be really, really clear about this so you get it. The issue there is those benefits are for African Americans. And what that used to mean is are Africans that were brought over in the bottom of a slave ship and have had that very specific experience. That from what I've been listening to, that specifically is their issue. Is that clear enough?
It is clear enough, but let me address it. So when you're talking about that specific, the hands out, right? Give me an example of a handout that's been given to.
I'm not American.
No. I mean, if you don't have one, right?
No, I want to be really clear about this.
Okay. Let me give you an example. I can give you an example if you don't have one, right?
Go for it.
So on the outside looking in, you are in. You say you're in England, right? Or
in the UK? Can't you tell by the accent?
Yeah, all right. I can tell, right? Okay, you're in UK, right? And you say you have two brothers in the United States, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the issues is the fact that Africans are having access to university here, right? Have you heard about that? Or having access to Black university and getting financial aid or things like that of that nature?
Right. Okay.
So this is not hands out. So the fact that they are talking about it is not hands out. So you have to have admission first, right? You have to apply to get access to a university, right? And who is funding this university is the U.S. government. So the money doesn't come from Black Americans' pocket. It comes from the U.S. government. The U.S., like Zongo just told you, so the power structure distribute the wealth here in America. So if Africans are slated to get some of it, so I don't understand why another group can blame Africans for getting it. You know, it's about admission. You get access to the university. So oftentimes you get good grades and you get those kind of benefit, right? So they're not gonna give you that for free.
Yeah, I just want to understand what you just said there. So I think you're talking about historically Black universities, maybe or maybe not. And
it's the same across the board. It's the same across the board.
Yeah, I just want to understand. Hold on, I just want to understand what you're saying. So. I think what you just said, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when it comes to funding for Africa, to use that phrase, African Americans for university places, I think this is what you're saying. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I really want you to correct me if I'm wrong. The funding may or may not be for African Americans, and are you saying that non-FBAs, I'm going to use that phrase to try and differentiate, are getting that funding that should go or has been earmarked for African Americans? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm trying to understand. So if you are talking about scholarship solely for Black American, or we are talking about, funding, funding is a general term. If you're talking about scholarship, put aside for Black American and Africans like from the continent are getting it, that can be another discussion. But if you are talking about like admissions in terms of having access to funding,
I'm talking about all of the above. I'm just trying to understand
what all of the above. I don't like we said, if the funding is not coming from your group, Black American, so what's the problem if it's coming from the US?
Okay, so let's talk about. Did you call it scholarships? So let's talk about scholarships.
No,
I'm happy
okay. Let's do scholarships.
Right.
Scholarships is based on merit, right? Let's say you have a scholarship put aside for Black American, right? They can say this is a scholarship put aside for Black American. I'm giving you an example. I'm not too sure, right? I haven't gotten one, so I don't know. And on top of that, they can say, okay, it's for someone who also has a good grade, right? 3.0 GPA. Zongo, you know about the 3.0, whatever, 4.0, right?
I've heard of it. I don't know how it operates, but
right.
I've heard of it.
Okay, so it's a lot of criteria. Black American, good grade, whatever the situation may be, right? So oftentimes, they want to broaden the pool of candidate, right? They might pick an African also to participate in that scholarship, right? Just to see who can qualify for it. So if, let's say an example, I'm not saying that's correct, right? If a Black American doesn't make the list, and an African is just slated behind to make the list, so they might give that to an African. What's the problem of it? So you don't meet all the criteria. So you just want to get a scholarship because you are a Black American or white American. I just don't get it. It's by merit.
I'm going to put this in the form of a question, and then I know you're from Burkina Faso, so I want to ask you some questions. I've got a lot of questions about that. But so are you? So the way I'm hearing what you're saying is that. And again, I'm not familiar with all of this. I can only speak very generally about it.
No. You said, okay, we are happy to be here, just representing our motherland, and we just don't want to add to the, the bad things that are happening. Like you said something in that nature, right? Like the United States, right? If the Constitution of the United States says this country is built, by immigrants, it says that in their constitutions. Not African. We didn't make that up. You can check it out. They say America, welcome immigration. They are a country of immigrants. We did not say that. American itself says that, and when you go get your citizenship here in America, they will tell you they have no problem about anybody representing where they come from. They will tell you. You are allowed to have your culture. You are allowed to rip the culture of your nation, your religion, whatever it is that you want to practice here in America. You can do it if it doesn't pose a problem to the U.S. Constitution. You can do it. So an African, representing the flag of their nation shouldn't bother anybody. Like Italian, Jamaican. Yeah, it shouldn't bother because it's there. It's in the Constitution.
Yes.
So people are nowadays finding that this is a problem. So I'm asking you. So if it's been there for a minute, right? Why is not a problem?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Okay, let me finish. As African, right? As African, right? How many African in the U.S. Army? There's a lot of African in the U.S. Army, right? Jamaican, Caribbean.
Before you move on, hold on. Before you move
go
on
ahead.
to the second point, before you move on to the second point, let's do the first point, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Why is it a problem, right? So from what I want to just restate it, from what I've heard, right? And again, I'm not an expert on college places and how college in America works or nothing like that. But if you're I don't know how the scholarship. I know how it works in the UK. There are no scholarships in the UK, but in terms of America, it may or may not be. And it'd be good if African American was here to explain it better than me. But it might be that if X amount of, and I hear what you say about it being a scholarship's being awarded by merit, which is what I think you said, then it seems to me that one of the issues, and again, I don't know this because I'm not African American, so debating with me probably makes no real sense. But it seems to me that if you're an African American, FBA, ADOS, whatever, and scholarships to Black universities, i.e., those universities that were set up for foundational Black Americans, i.e. Americans that went through the enslavement process in America, which is what those historically Black universities, that's who they were set up for. And then those scholarships are being given to Black Americans who did not go through that enslavement process. They may have an issue with that. If there's things going that could help to lift up that group of people, basically that, because to be honest, I mean, even in the Caribbean, obviously if you come from Haiti or Jamaica or any one of those islands, you went through an enslavement process as well. Even if you come from South America, you went through the same or similar enslavement process, right? Some islands like Haiti broke free of it. We nearly did in Jamaica until the Maroons decided to do a deal with the English. But the point I'm making is, coming up from slavery is not easy, right? And I think the issue seems to be when any of that money goes to somebody else or help goes to somebody else that's earmarked for African Americans, they may have an issue with that. Can you not see that at all?
What I was trying to explain is Africans or Jamaican taking scholarship away from Black American in America, it's very minute. You know, it doesn't happen across the board. But a
So
group
why are
of
they?
people,
If that's
no,
true,
no,
then
no,
why is there a whole
no.
movement built around
Okay,
this?
you know, the movement building around is the way you explain it, right? So no one is going to call tonight to add to the conversation on the Black American side, right? Because they have no leg to stand on. I'm being honest with you. I'm not trying to create any sort of animosity towards Black American. I'm trying to explain something here. You know, even here in America, right? When white folks, right? No, even here in America, white folks oftentimes find themselves in trouble if they want to create something solely for white, right? You know, the group of people that will go after white folks is going to be the Black American that will tell white, you can't only do that for white America. We're going to have diversity. Do you agree with that, or you don't agree with that?
That sounds correct.
Okay, then. So why?
Wait.
Okay.
No, listen. No, there's an if there. There's an if there. There's an if there. That sounds correct. If the group didn't experience any form of crazy discrimination, obviously, and I use the word obviously, in the case of African Americans, FBA's African descendants of slaves, it's exactly that. They basically went through a process of craziness. And sometimes, and you know, and not even the films do it justice. When you watch crazy films like 12 Years a Slave and Roots and all these crazy films, right? Not even the films. It's very difficult to and this thing is how can I say? What's the best way of saying it? That group, right? To say they went through hell, right? Doesn't do it justice, basically, and that's not to downplay the experiences of neocolonialism on the continent. It's not to downplay what happened in the DRC, what Leopold done in the DRC, because right across the African continent you had neocolonialism, and colonialism, which was terrible, and it's still going on, right? But that process of being in a boat, being chucked overboard, is watching your parents be raped by some white overseer, and that going on and on and on and on and on via down the generations. I'm not sure. There's no words to describe it, and so this is really that's what's behind all that. That's really what I'm getting at.
So you believe the scholarship will fix all of that? Everything that you just explained, scholarship will explain all of that.
Yeah, we're focusing.
No, it's another example. If I tell you
that I don't understand the scholarship system.
No, I get you. But if I tell you 99.99% of Black American, right, who are slated to receive a scholarship here in America, they will receive it. It has nothing to do with Jamaican or Africans. Like I said, it's by merit. You know, if you deserve it, they will give it to you, right? The 1% of African that are getting these things are the one causing the problem. That's what I was trying to tell you. 1% compared to 99.99% shouldn't even be a discussion. So it's just a tiny group of people here in America who doesn't understand the problem, right? Those are the one on YouTube talking like this. If you find, if you check, right, some of these people have not even been to a university here in America. They haven't. They talk on these issues like they know everything. They don't. Like I told you, the funding come from the U.S. government, right? If the funding come from the U.S. government, so the U.S. government can somehow dictate, right, how this fund will be distributed amongst people. I'll give you an example. Those universities that you're talking about, right? Sometimes if you look at the attendance, right, of Black American to this university, you will see they don't even make up over 70% or 60%. Some other nationality have to fill in the gaps. You see what I'm saying? These universities, Black universities, are not 100% Black university. You can check the attendance. You will see the breakdowns here. You know, a lot of some Africans are going to this school. White people are going to this school. Asians are going to. It's not only for Black American. So all that is taken under consideration when it comes to scholarship. So you're not going to have a university, whether they call themselves HBCUs, dictate how this scholarship need to be distributed. It's going to be a problem. You see what I'm saying? If you're talking about a black university, if you're talking about 99.99% black American, and then you see an African that slide in and get a scholarship, yes, I might have a little issue with that. But if you look,
St. James, what I want to do, I want to change tact a little bit, right? Because I know you're from Burkina Faso, right? And we'll part that. We'll come back to that conversation.
Before you move on, I was gonna say,
go ahead.
A lot of times, people make complaints, but sometimes we gotta like look beyond the complaints. We gotta look at the data and see if it kind of like aligns with the complaints. If not,
absolutely,
where the problem lies, that we can find a way or how to deal with the solutions. You get what I'm saying? Just like St. James was saying, that if the statistics doesn't back their claim, so how can you just blame?
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, we'll definitely come back to that on this channel. But because I know you're from Burkina Faso, right? And you and I might be related, because I did my DNA test and I'm 50% from Burkina. It's the truth.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, man. No, I did my DNA test.
You might be Mosi, or St. James. You Mosi too, right?
St. James.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Are you back again?
Yeah. You might be. Yeah.
And I did a DNA test with was it African ancestry, and 50% of my DNA is from Nigeria, Yoruba, and the other 50%. Because what's interesting about African ancestry is that they can pinpoint the area. It doesn't go by country, which is a bit vague. It goes to the actual area where the DNA comes from. So the other 50% pretty much is Burkina Faso, a place called Bisa.
Yeah, Bisa.
Which is on the coast, well, not on the coast, but more or less.
Oh, the Bisa tribe.
Yes,
the Bisa tribe. I see what you mean.
Yes.
St. James, they said they sold slave over there, because I know, like in Salaga, they used to have a slave market in Salaga, in Ghana, which is not far away from Burkina Faso anyway.
Yeah.
My people are not known for selling slaves on go.
No. But St. James, I'm saying, you know Salaga, right? You know
Salaga?
Yeah, in Ghana. It's like in northern Ghana.
I heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, Salaga. I mean, they had a slave market over there too.
Okay.
And a lot of like the slaves that were coming, they were coming from the regional area, because you got to put the borders aside. Because you got to understand, like, if you put the borders aside, because some of this tribe extends, like the Mosi people, there's Mosi in Ghana. Even the speaker of parliament. There's a lot of his tribes in Ivory Coast.
I know.
In Burkina Faso. You see how
when I say they're not known, I'm not saying some of the people did not participate in that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say.
But what I want to get your take on, St. James, what do you think of our man Ibrahim Traore? I'm pronouncing his name wrong. What's your take on him?
To be honest with you, this is my first time participating in your show. And I took a stand on when it comes to Ibrahim Traore. I just like to listen to people talking about him rather than me coming from the of the place talking about. You see what I'm saying? But I can talk about him if you want. But I'm like, So what do you want to know, like exactly?
Yeah, man. Just your view of the brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To me, like he came to us in 2022, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, he took everybody by surprise. We didn't expect that to come, and he came to us, unbeknownst to a lot of people, and a lot of people were skeptical because we had a previous coup, and he was part of that. He was part of that, but not, the shot caller on that first coup, and then after that, he overthrew the other guy and then became president. So it was there was a lot of uncertainty about his presidency, and rightfully so, because it's a coup d'etat, right?
Yeah.
So but people were ready for a change, right? So he came at the right time, and based on his action, a lot of people gave him the benefits of the doubt, right? Because the way he point out to the issue of the country and the solution he could provide for us to get rid of terrorism in that region was appealing to a lot of people. So, and the idea of siding with the Russian in order to make that happen, is bearing fruit in the region as well. So
absolutely,
I believe the brother is on the right path, and I commend him for that. A lot of people in the West, when you talk about coup d'etat, they're looking at it like it's barbaric. It's about people coming in without any respect to the Constitution. And I'm the one who tell them you're gonna have to look at the situation of the country, right?
Yeah.
When you're at war, it's different when you are at peace. Like Ghana, for example, I'm not gonna send here and upload someone who's gonna do a coup in Ghana, right? Because Ghana is doing well. Ghana doesn't have those kind of issues. So we're not going to upload a coup d'etat in there, But in my country, the situation was different. Over 50% of my land was taken by terrorists. So I know the situation, and the president that was there at the time, which we elected, by the way, through a vote, wasn't doing the beating of the people,
But
So
James,
what would you do? Like if 50% of your land is taken by terrorists?
James, let me ask, like,
go ahead.
Those terrorists, like, where are they coming from, and who is funding them with those weapons? Where are they coming?
Okay, I give you an example. So we had a president. I don't know. You remember Blaise Compaoré, right? The one that.
You mean the military dictator that was overtaken, like that?
Right, the one that killed Sankara, Thomas Sankara.
Oh, okay.
In 87. When he killed Thomas Sankara in 87. So this guy has been in power since 87, going all the way to 2014. So in 2014, so you're talking about a country that never.
That's a long time.
There's been a long since 87. Right. So
wow.
So
we never had a.
He even served more than Rollins. Rollins served like 19 years in power.
Yeah, that guy was going, man, I don't even know, 20 more years, right? 27 or something. I don't know. So so you're talking about a country that never had a terrorist attack. We were one of the peaceful countries in Africa, to be honest. Never had those kind of issues. So basically, Sankara, after killing Blaise Compaoré, after killing Sankara, so he was given a lot of power in West Africa, right? You see Liberia, you see Sierra Leone, you even see in certain part of Africa, Angola and places like that. He was involved in those things, and we from the country, we knew that the guy wasn't, he was taking order from the power that be, right? So in 2014, he was trying to run again. And, that's when the people of that land told him that, it was time to go. And beknownst to us, he had Mali already had the situation. I don't know if you know about the country Mali.
No, Mali, I don't know the detail.
Right, Mali already had terrorist attack.
Yeah, but it's right on top of Burkina Faso, right?
Right. So Blaise Compaoré was hosting those terrorists in Burkina Faso already. He knew about them. He knew about the deal made regarding terrorism in West Africa. So basically, when the people overthrew him, and we went through a transitional year, and we got an election, elected a president, right? So based on what that president at that time said, don't quote me, he said it himself. The terrorists reached out to him and told him we had a deal with the previous president. So all they wanted to know if the president is going to continue with the deal or is not going to do it. So the president, so for them to be able to come to our land to rest without being battered, we're going to be giving them let's say whatever vehicles, equipment, whatever they wanted at that time. To be able to destabilize other countries.
Well, who's giving them who's giving those weapons though?
No, who was giving them, so we know. So the president at that time was.
Let's be clear about that. Who's giving out the weapons? Is it the French?
Okay, we are landlocked countries, right? In order to be able to ship this equipment, so you need a country, right? You need a country that has a port, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So where will this equipment come from? Without being checked, without the international community putting their eyes on it.
Right.
So come on, man. We grown men. We grown folks. So we know where those people getting it.
No.
So
let's be clear about it. Is it coming
okay.
from?
I'm not gonna. I cannot.
Is it from Ghana, Nigeria?
No. Not, who's paying for the weapon? Or who's giving it to them?
Who's paying for it?
Who's paying for it?
Is it the French?
Which country is it passing to get to Burkina?
The French.
Oh well, the French are there. The French have their ways to do it. It can come from a different nation, but the French are overseeing it.
Right. Are they using like Benin or something? Because I heard
whatever they're doing, it's listen, we are grown men, right? Those kind of weapons that they're using in Sahel, right? You know, if the international community want to put their hands on these weapons, they can, right? So if they're allowing it to transit through, Libya to get to the Sahel, at least somebody's helping them get those equipment to those places. At least someone is doing it. So so when the new president heard that, he said, you know what, I don't want no part in it. I don't co-sign terrorism. The first terrorism attack took place in my country in 2015. Right. That's how it happened. So when we refused to give them like a safe haven to do whatever they wanted, so they put us on the list as well. So
wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. Right.
So guys, that's the origin of terrorism in my country. And of course, Mali, it's a different situation because they have a lot of Tuareg in there, So we never thought that this will come to the Burkina because we don't have a lot of Tuaregs in there, like less than 1%. Even the Fulani, we had found a way to live together. To me, I thought we wouldn't be getting in a situation where we have to fight one another. So when that happened, it took a lot of people by surprise, right? Why are we doing this? So they are the one who can really tell you exactly what they want from us. So we went from trying to negotiate, trying to understand why, but the other side is not really speaking. So we kind of understood that some of the land they point out to the government are very resourceful land. So we knew someone had already done the work for them, and we cannot give out this land to these people because we know there is a lot of wealth under that. So if we can share it, yes, good, we can do it. But if we can't, we're gonna have to fight.
I hear you.
That's what's been happening.
The time in the UK now is just 5:15. So I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go and get a little bit of sleep. But listen, St. James and Zongo, native, you two have to come on again, right? Because to be honest,
let me ask St. James this last question before you leave.
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
St. James, what do you think about Traore coming to Ghana? Like, well, because I mean, he had a lot of he was like the talk of town, like when he came over there,
Right.
And it's a lot of people in Ghana seem to really like him, Most people,
rightfully so. I mean, and the fact that I didn't even know he came, right? He was gonna come, right? But I can give you the reason why he came, because there was a lot of people who are African leader who don't like him.
Who don't like him?
To be honest, who don't like Traore. They don't like Traore. They don't want to be next to him.
I mean, the elected president.
Yeah, some of them, a few of them don't like him. They don't want to be around him. They don't like the buzz that he's getting. Because the more buzz that Traore get, the more he exposed them.
Yep.
So they don't like that. So they don't like that.
That's why I was explaining to you in relation to Akufo-Addo that some of this elected president, they definitely going to go against you because if they accept you, it's really undermining the means on how which they came into government, and they are also corrupt too. So it's kind of like
they are very corrupt. But you see, Dramani has shown the world that he's a big man.
No, I told you he's from the north. He's thinking it's different.
On top of all that, you see what he said when he was standing next to Traore?
Yeah, like that. We had the same communities. We are one people. A lot of us share. I say he's from the north. He knows that dynamic over there.
Right.
You
So
understand that?
so he cannot become the president of Ghana and turn his back on Burkina. He can't do it. So that's why he went big on the invitation. That's how he went big to even stand next to him. He could have invited Traore and not even stand next to him. You see what I'm saying? He could have done it. You know, do you see pictures of him standing next to certain president like he did with Traore? He gave more time to the brother. He gave more time to the brother, and he spoke highly of him.
Yeah, because he saw him. He saw him because Muhammad is a seasoned politician.
Absolutely.
He knows Traore is young too. You know,
right?
And I'm saying like Muhammad, and I'm saying like that's why I keep on telling. See, Ghana or African society. Let me just speak in Ghana. Like people, we tend to generalize that. People from different places think differently. You know, different orientation. They act differently. You know, Muhammad and Akufo-Addo, they are diametrically different. They are from Ghana, but regionally they have different values and different orientation. You know, so their approach is way different. And he was.
And Dramani did the right thing, man. To be honest with you, like a lot of people, maybe you see Traore going there, you know, listening to him.
And I'll tell you one thing though. And DNK, KNG, right? Is it KNG?
Yeah.
KNQ, right? See, the political landscape, right? Because even like the previous party, when most of the votes, grassroots politics, they have to apply a little bit of you know tribal politics to have like the base, because the MPP party, their base are mostly from Ashanti region, the account like Kumasi, and Eastern region, like where I'm from, right? But the NDC mostly all the Zongo communities, Northern Ghana, Volta region shares border with Togo, Northern they shares border with Burkina Faso, and MPP generally they know NDC are always welcoming of foreign, because Muhammad's party, for instance, if you are mostly coming from, they're not going to say you're not a Ghanaian. If you stay in Ghana, you integrate into the society. And MPP knows that problem, that so these people, where they come, they go into Zongo communities and then assimilate and become Ghanaians over time, right? They don't want it because it kind of undermines. So I'm saying Ghana is kind of really dynamic society. If you don't pay close attention, you're not going to get it. You might think all Ghanaians are like that. No, there are some part of Ghanaians that are very embracive of people that come from different places, because they know Arab people are in Ghana, Arab people in Togo. Like my grandmoms are the 10 people. There are 10 people. A little bit of them are in Ghana. There are a large chunk of them in Togo, all the way to Benin too, as well, right? And Hausa people have been always in Ghana too. Mosi people, the Speaker of Parliament, his tribe, the Grusi people, all of them, you know, they're all in Burkina Faso, you know.
Absolutely.
So they know that, but. Just to give just a little bit of it, I'm sure the same dynamic also exists in Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire and Mali too as well, and even in Niger. Same thing.
Yeah, it's all over the place, my brother. So let me ask you a question. Why do you like Traore?
Me personally,
Yes.
Last point, and then I got to sign off and go to sleep. But why do I like him? I like him because you see, how can I put it? What's the easiest way to put this?
I think
up until this young man has come along, right? Or rather, that's not. But the best way to say it is, in this age that we are living in, what other African leaders have the interests of Africans at heart? What other African leader is specifically doing what they do to benefit African people on the continent, and is prepared to? I'm sure there might be one, but I don't know who they are. What, and so this young man has come along. at a time and is specifically moving in such a way as to benefit his people, but not just benefit his people. His example is actually benefiting Africans right across the whole continent. And going back to what you said, St. James, you see, when you get a man like Ibrahim Traoré, his actions hold a mirror up to corrupt African leaders. Just the very fact that he's doing what he's doing, what does that say about Ruto? What does it say about the Nigerian leader? What does it say about them? What does it say about these old men that have been there for years? What does it say about what they've been doing? That is that's why I like him.
Yeah, but I think most Caribbeans in whole, even though they have their issues, I mean, Africans have their issue about when it came to the UK, the issues they have with the Caribbean. But I think generally most Caribbeans are more like Pan-Africans than. That's one thing that I noticed. Most people of Caribbean descent, they tend to like have this Pan-African ideology, everywhere, especially Jamaica. Man, it's hard to meet someone from, unless maybe
I would agree. I would agree with that. I don't quite know. I don't know why that is. I think it might be something to do with. I think it's something to do with possibly with the history of Jamaica. It might have something to do with the music. It might have something to do with
reggae music, man. Reggae.
It might have something to do with that. But also, you see, what a lot of people don't know, and I've done a little bit of research on this. My dad's people came from a place called Clarendon in Jamaica, right? Now, there's a lot of people from Clarendon that come from Burkina Faso, right? Each little bit of Jamaica, I suppose the whole Caribbean, right? There's what's the word? There's an abundance of people on each island, or parts of each island that come from specific places along West Africa, right? But from Clarendon, right? From Clarendon, a lot of those people are basically Burkina Faso, Clarendon. So and that's the same with the whole Jamaica. It's the same with Barbados, the same with Trinidad. I mean, I suppose it makes sense when you think about it, but that's just the way it is. Do you know what I mean? So there's just how Jamaicans think, which is how very white people would call Jamaicans rebellious, but really all it is just respect. That's really what it is. You give respect, you expect it back, and if you don't get it, then there's going to be a problem. It's people are friendly. Jamaicans are friendly. But you go to Jamaica, it's friendly. People are friendly. But if you give respect, then you're going to be in trouble. That's kind of how it is. Do you know what I mean? And to be another thing is coming to the UK. My granddad had to fight literally street fights with the skinheads, with the Teddy Boys in the 60s. That's what they did. So those black men, when you see these old Caribbean men, they're like 70, 80, 90 years old. All of them were fighting racists in London in the 60s. That they might not talk about it, but that's their experience. Do you know what I mean? But guys, listen, I got to go to bed.
Man, great show. What's the time in UK right now? Because in the US
the time is now 24 minutes past 5. And I think it's
5 a.m.
Yeah, it's like 9.
Oh,
it's
wow.
like 9:24 p.m. in the West Coast right now. Not
on the West Coast.
Pacific.
It's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock where I'm from now. 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's why we kind of.
Where in the States are you? Very briefly, where in the States are you?
I'm in Washington State.
You're in DC, right? Okay.
No.
Oh, LA, near the West Coast.
Yeah, West Coast, the one on top, right next to Canada.
Got it.
Vancouver.
Okay.
I'm in Denver, Colorado.
Right. Okay, guys, listen. It's been great. It's been good. Right, you got to join us again. The peer review. This was a brilliant conversation. Very much enjoyed it.
Are you the show tomorrow too, or not?
Maybe tomorrow evening. Maybe tomorrow evening.
Okay.
Not sure yet. Not sure yet. But listen, if I do, I'll put the thumbnail up and you got to come on as well. All right.
Yeah, I just randomly saw your channel and you were live. I'm like, nah, let me just click it into it, and that's how
I clicked your show and I saw Zongo in it. That's why I stayed. You know, I didn't know. I saw Zongo. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna listen to Zongo.
So that's why I say you gotta drop the link. That's how you put people. You know.
Right.
Well, guys, listen. I'm
appreciate
honored to have
that.
your presence, man, and we will definitely do it again. You know, you're friends of the channel now, 100%. So listen, don't be strangers. Check for tomorrow, but if I don't get on tomorrow, just don't be strangers, no matter what happens.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, man. See you soon.
Yeah, man. God bless, man. Take care. Nice one. All right.
You too, St. James. Yeah.
Okay, let me drop that down. Okay, guys, listen, I am out. Thank you for joining us. Listen, if you've gotten this far, subscribe to the channel if you're going to watch this on the replay. And listen, don't believe the hype. Get to Ghana for yourself. Get to Nigeria for yourself. Get to Burkina Faso for yourself. Go and have a look. Go to Zimbabwe. Have a look. Africa is not perfect, but we build it as we fly. That's just the nature of the game. You know, go and find out for yourself. If you're going to be buying land, do your due diligence, get a solicitor involved, get a lawyer involved, get somebody who understands property conveyancing, do all of that. You know, you are the change that we need to see. You are part of it. Don't be stupid. Don't be an idiot. Don't give your passport or your money to someone who you don't know. If you're not going to do that in your country, where your little part of the West, don't go to Africa and do it. No. You got trustworthy and untrustworthy people all over the African continent, like any other continent, right? You know, Africans are no more or no less trustworthy than anybody else. Systems of government need to improve across the African continent. In my personal view, half the reason why that's an issue is that we have basically been living under a system of neo-colonialism, whereby we've had a whole heap of a European hands in the fire, in the pot, stirring up trouble. You know, you've had France basically pretend to be dealing with Boko Haram, or not Boko Haram, but a lot of the terrorists floating around in the Sahel region. Now they're hiding. The French army is hiding in northern Nigeria, just waiting to stir up trouble everywhere else. So, you know, let's give our own people a break on the African continent. That's my personal view. Let's do things with our eyes wide open when we travel to the African continent. Let's understand that not everybody's going to be our friends on the African continent, but let's understand there's some great people on the African continent who want to work with us. And in my opinion, let's be the change we need to be. So guys, thank you for joining us. Subscribe to the channel. It's been great. It's been good as usual. Amazing discussion. Never been on this long. Guys, take it easy. I will try and do a live tomorrow. It might not be from this location. It might be from a different location, right? But I'm going to try and use the time. And make sure that you sub the channel. Take it easy and good night.